Seraphina's POV. The rhythmic click of my stilettos echoed through the grand hall as I ascended the stairs, each step carrying me closer to my destiny. Today would be etched into history, the day I finally claimed the mate the moon goddess had chosen for me. And there he stood. Darius Harlow, heir to the Blue Ridge Pack, my childhood friend, my first love, and soon my eternal mate. Dressed in a black tuxedo that hugged his powerful frame, he watched me with an intensity that stole my breath. His emerald green eyes, the most mesmerizing shade I'd ever seen, locked onto mine, unblinking. A rush of warmth spread through my chest. After 10 years of sacrifices, pouring my wealth, strength, and soul into securing his place as heir, this moment made every struggle worth it. As I reached for his outstretched hand, a jolt of electricity surged through my fingertips, racing straight to my heart. The mate bond flared to life between us, fierce and undeniable. He's mine, and I'm his. Finally. "You're stunning," Darius murmured, his lips curling into that familiar, mischievous smirk. Heat flooded my cheeks, and I bit back a giddy laugh. The ceremony was nothing short of extravagant. Pack members from both territories filled the hall, their cheers vibrating through the air. My parents, Alpha Bastion and Luna Athena, stood proudly beside Darius's parents, of life Alpha Julian and Luna Soraya. Their approving gazes only deepened the joy swelling inside me. Elder Delon Rahin of the Blue Ridge Pack stepped forward, his voice resonating through the sacred space. "Under the moonlight, before the spirits of our ancestors, and by the blood of your pack, do you, Darius Harlow, choose this woman as your Luna, your soul-bound mate, and the guardian of your power?" Darius never looked away from me. His grip on my hand tightened as he answered, voice rough with emotion. "With my blood, my soul, and my body, I choose her, today and forever." Tears pricked my eyes, threatening to spill over. Then the elder turned to me. "And you, Seraphina Luminara, do you accept this bond? Will you stand as his mate and protector of the pack he leads?" I inhaled deeply, my heart pounding in sync with Darius's. "With all my heart, I accept. I will be his mate, his strength, and his sanctuary." The hall erupted in cheers, but all I heard was the steady rhythm of Darius's heartbeat, and his whisper, meant only for me. "From this moment on, you are my true mate. You are my home." Then his lips met mine, sealing our bond in front of the world. A single tear slipped free as warmth flooded my chest. I was no longer just Seraphina Luminara. I was Luna of the Blue Ridge Pack, the rightful mate of Alpha Darius Harlow. Joy overflowed in my heart when we returned to our wedding room after the ceremony was over. The wedding suite was a dream, bathed in candlelight, the bed strewn with crimson rose petals. The sweet floral scent was nothing compared to the intoxicating cedar and spice aroma that clung to Darius, making my head spin. "I can't wait any longer, Sarah," Lily, my wolf, purred in my mind. "He's ours now." I sat on the edge of the bed, pulse racing as Darius locked the door behind us. The silence was deafening, my nerves alight with anticipation. "Hey." His voice was soft as he sat beside me, tilting my chin up. "Nervous?" I shook my head, though my traitorous heartbeat betrayed me. "Just adjusting. We were friends for so long, and now we're mates." His thumb brushed my lower lip, sending a shiver down my spine. He leaned in, inhaling deeply. "Vanilla and milk," he murmured. "Your true scent." I laughed, breathless. "And you smell like—" Before I could finish, he pressed a teasing kiss to my cheek. "Thief!" I swatted his chest, giggling as he caught my wrist and pulled me down onto the bed with him. For a moment, everything was perfect. Then he was somehow already on top of me, our gaze locked, and a strong urge to have him completely pulled at my soul. Our breaths quickened, and I closed my eyes as Darius moved his head forward. However, a sharp sting pierced my neck. I gasped, jerking back. My fingers flew to the spot, pulling out a syringe. Purplish-green liquid glistened in the dim light. Wolf's bane. My blood turned to ice. "Darius?" My voice trembled. His smile twisted into something cold, something cruel. "You owe me a life," he hissed. The poison hit like a blade to the gut. Fire erupted through my veins, seizing my muscles, locking my limbs. A scream tore from my throat as my wolf howled in agony inside me. Why? Why would our mate do this? I collapsed to the floor, writhing. Tears blurred my vision, but I still saw him, looming over me, his face a mask of hatred. "You'll regret this," I choked out. "My father will." "Your father is weak," Darius snarled, "and so are you." The acrid stench of gasoline filled the air. I watched in horror as he drenched the room, the liquid soaking into my wedding gown. No, 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 please, I begged, my voice barely a whisper. He crouched beside me, gripping my hair, forcing me to meet his merciless gaze. This is for Vesper. The name was a dagger to my heart. Vesper Eclipse, his mistress. The woman who died in a plane crash 3 months ago. The woman he'd never stopped loving. A match flickered in his hand. Burn in hell, Seraphina. Then he dropped it. Flames roared to life, swallowing the room, the heat searing my skin. My wolf's cries echoed in my skull, but worse than the pain was the betrayal. 10 years of love, 10 years of loyalty, all ending in fire and blood. As the smoke choked my lungs, one thought consumed me. If I survive this, I'll make him pay. Seraphina's POV, the last thing I remembered was fire. Darius's cruel smile as the flames licked at my wedding gown. The searing pain as my skin blistered and blackened. The way my wolf howled in agony as our mate, our destined partner, watched us burn alive. Now my soul floated in darkness, weightless and untethered. The pain had faded, replaced by an eerie calm. Was this the afterlife? Some cruel purgatory for betrayed mates? Then I heard his voice. I couldn't resist Vesper's pull. Darius's familiar timbre wrapped around me like smoke. My wolf always craved her. My spirit jerked violently. Light exploded behind my eyelids. When I opened them, I was standing in the Blue Ridge Pack conference room, but not in the present. 5 years ago, the engagement meeting. My stomach twisted as I took in the scene before me. Darius's large hand engulfing Vesper's delicate fingers, his thumb stroking her knuckles with intimate familiarity. The way his emerald eyes softened when he looked at her, a look that had never been meant for me. A wave of nausea crashed over me. I could still smell the gasoline from my execution and still feel the way my skin had crackled and peeled. Then realization struck like lightning. The moon goddess had given me a second chance. My fingers curled into fists, nails biting into my palms. This time, I would not be the naive Luna who trusted blindly. This time, I would make Darius regret ever crossing me. Across the room, Darius was spinning his carefully crafted tale of Vesper's tragic past. Her parents died when she was just a child, he murmured, his voice thick with fake sympathy. She suffered so much, fought so hard. I nearly laughed. In my first life, I had fallen for this performance, had pitied the Omega who had slithered her way into my mate's bed. Now I saw the truth shining in Vesper's cunning eyes. She was no victim. She was the architect of my destruction. The memory surfaced like a knife between my ribs. Luna Soraya stealing into my chambers 3 months before the bonding ceremony, her perfume cloying with desperation. You must do something, Seraphina. Her nails bit into my wrist. Will you truly let some Omega whore share your mate's bed? But his wolf needs her. He's a boy playing at being alpha. Her laugh was bitter. 2 mates, and one is a lowborn Omega? The pack will laugh behind his back. When I hesitated, she pressed a velvet pouch into my palm, heavy with gold. Send her somewhere he'll never find her. That night I lay awake in my chambers, the moon casting silver streaks across my fur-lined blankets. Luna Soraya's words echoed in my mind. You're doing this for your pack, for your future. But the weight in my chest refused to lift. Is this what a Luna does? My wolf Lily paced restlessly within me. Schemes in the dark like some jealous Omega? I clenched the sheets, the truth bitter on my tongue. Luna Soraya meant well, but this felt like surrender, like admitting Vesper had won without a fight. That mere proximity to my mate had been threat enough to send me scrambling for gold rather than facing her head-on. Pathetic. An alpha's daughter, heir to the Moon Whisper legacy, reduced to bribing her rival away. I barely had time to drown in my shame before Luna Soraya took matters into her own hands. It's done, she announced one morning, sweeping into my solar with the satisfied smile of a hunter who had cornered her prey. The Omega took the money. She's leaving at dawn. My teacup froze halfway to my lips. Just like that. Just like that. Soraya's jeweled fingers brushed my cheek cold as winter. Some wolves love gold more than mates, little Luna. Be grateful yours has standards. Yet neither of us had expected that flight would crash. No one survived. Darius's howl of anguish shattered every window in the north wing. I stayed by his side through every moment, my hands steadying his trembling ones, my voice whispering comforts against his fevered skin. "She's with the moon goddess now," he murmured one evening as he collapsed against me, his body racked with sobs. "And I only have you now. Please never leave me, Seraphina." I believed him. I believed it was our bond that healed him, and believed it right up until our wedding night, when he turned out to be the monster who held me down as the flames consumed me. Darius's voice pulled me back to the present. "Seraphina will be my Luna," he declared, fingers entwined with Vesper's. "But Vesper is my second chance mate, the moon goddess's will. To reject her would kill her wolf." The audacity. A ripple of disgust moved through the gathered alphas. My father's jaw hardened. Luna Soraya looked ready to faint. "The choice belongs to Seraphina alone." The council chamber fell deathly silent as my father's alpha voice rang out. All eyes turned to me. Darius stood at the head table, that arrogant smirk playing across his perfect lips, that same smirk he had worn while pouring gasoline over my wedding gown in another life. My stomach churned. "I'm afraid I can't accept a third party in my mating bond." My voice cut through the silence. "I demand to call off the engagement." The gasps were immediate. Luna Soraya's jeweled hands flew to her mouth. Alpha Julian's chair screeched as he shot to his feet. But Darius, oh, his face was priceless. That cocky assurance shattered like thin ice beneath my boots. "Seraphina!" Luna Soraya rushed forward, her silk gown whispering across stone. "You can't mean this. The alliance is worth less than my self-respect." I met Darius's widening eyes. "I won't share my mate like some common omega." Darius's scent turned acrid, burnt cedar and rotting leaves. "Sarah," he growled, that pet name like poison now. "We've been friends since we were pups. You'd really humiliate me like this?" I rose slowly, my ceremonial robes pooling around me. Let him see the steel in my spine. "I, Seraphina Luminara of the Moonwhisper Pack, reject you, Darius Harlow, as my mate." The bond snapped. White-hot agony ripped through my chest, like claws tearing my soul in two. Blood filled my mouth where I bit through my cheek. Across from me, Darius collapsed against the table, his golden skin going ashen. Good. Let it hurt. Let him bleed, just like he had made me burn. I turned to leave, only for a wall of muscle to block my path. Darius's eyes glowed wolf gold, his canines lengthening. The air around us crackled with barely restrained violence. His wolf was emerging. "You don't get to leave." Each word was a snarl. "You're mine, forever mine." Seraphina's POV. Those emerald eyes that had once made my pulse race now only stirred revulsion. His touch, a brand of betrayal I would never forget. "You don't own me, Darius," I said, my voice glacial. "The rejection stands. Like hell it does." His roar shook the crystal chandeliers above us. The scent of his rage, burnt cedar and lightning filled the space between us. I didn't flinch. "You made your choice when you brought her into our lives. Did you really think I would just wait around like some pathetic omega?" His expression shifted, that calculated softening I knew too well. The same look he'd worn while whispering sweet nothings before the gasoline soaked my wedding gown. "I had no choice, Sarah," he murmured, reaching for me. "She was my second chance mate, the bond." "Then keep your bond." I stepped back, my wolf snarling. "Make her your Luna." His golden eyes flashed. "There will never be another Luna but you." If I hadn't lived through the flames, I might have believed him. But I knew the truth. He didn't want me. He wanted my bloodline, my pack's territory, the power that came with a Luminara at his side. As if on cue, Vesper inserted herself between us with theatrical timing. "Please don't fight because of me," she whimpered, those practiced tears glistening like cheap glass. In my past life, this performance had fooled them all, turned me into the jealous Luna while she played the wounded dove. "I never wanted to take your place as Luna, Miss Luminara." Her voice was honey-laced with arsenic. "All I ask is a small corner in Darius's life. I'd be content as the lowest maid in his household, if only I could watch him from afar." Darius's arms encircled her protectively. "You'll never be a maid," he crooned, his thumb brushing away her crocodile tears. "After all you've suffered, the physician said you need rest." The script was painfully familiar. First, she'd ask for nothing but his presence. Then she'd temporarily move into his guest wing. Finally, she'd be in his bed. While I was out securing his alpha succession, she'd be securing her position between his sheets. I would never forget the day I burst into his chambers excitedly with the king's signed decree, only to find them rutting like animals on what should have been our wedding bed. The parchment had slipped from my fingers as his teeth sank into her neck instead of mine. Not again. Never again. "Save the theatrics," I said, my voice colder than a winter moon. "The engagement is over. No one stands between you two now." Luna Soraya lunged forward, her manicured claws digging into my forearm. "Seraphina, please don't do this." The scent of her desperation, overripe roses and fear, clung to my skin. "Think of our century-old alliance. You and Darius have been friends since." How curious. I peeled her fingers away one by one. "I don't recall this concern when your son brought his whore to our bonding ceremony." The silence was absolute. Alpha Julian turned to my father, his voice ragged. "Bastian, you can't allow this madness." My father didn't even blink. "My daughter speaks with my voice." His alpha power rolled through the hall like thunder, making lesser wolves cower. "The alliance ends today." And Darius, the way his golden boy facade shattered, the raw, unfiltered panic in his eyes, almost made the flames worth enduring. The car ride home was silent, except for the steady hum of the engine. My mother's warm hand closed over mine, her thumb brushing gentle circles across my knuckles. "Are you all right, my darling?" she asked softly. That was all it took. Tears I'd held back for lifetimes came pouring out as I collapsed into her embrace, breathing in her familiar scent, honeysuckle and parchment, the comforting aroma of home. "I'm fine, Mama," I choked out against her shoulder, just feeling foolish for wasting so many years. "You're young, my heart," she murmured, stroking my hair like she had when I was a pup. "This pain will pass." "Damn right it will," Father growled from the driver's seat, his grip tightening on the wheel. "You're a Luminara. You deserve more than some two-timing Alpha's scraps." I clung to them both, their love a balm to my wounded pride. But as we crossed into Moonwhisper territory, I couldn't ignore the mixed reactions from our pack members, some relieved, others clearly worried about the broken alliance. Will rejecting the mating bond affect relations between our packs? I finally voiced the fear gnawing at me. Mother's laughter was like wind chimes. "Have faith in our strength, little wolf. Our pack is far more powerful than you realize." I forced a smile, but memories surfaced unbidden. Darius's systematic weakening of Moonwhisper in my past life, his political maneuvers disguised as romantic overtures. There were threats coming that they couldn't yet imagine. Noticing my tension, Mother cupped my face. "Tell us what's truly troubling you." So I did. The words spilled out in a torrent. The betrayal, the flames, my gruesome death at my own mate's hands. By the time I finished, Father had pulled the car over, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I'll skin that bastard alive," he roared, his alpha aura making the windows vibrate. Mother's tears fell silently, her delicate frame shaking with suppressed rage. "Dad, it was just a dream," I lied, swallowing hard. If this was their reaction to a hypothetical, what would they have done seeing my charred corpse in reality? I couldn't imagine. I was here now, I told myself. Alive. Thanks to the moon goddess's mercy. And I would not waste this second chance. The moon cast silver streaks across my bedroom as I kissed my mother's cheek. "I'll be fine," I lied, squeezing her trembling hands. The worry lines around her eyes deepened. She still saw the little girl who had crawled into her bed after nightmares, not the woman who had survived actual flames. "Remember, we are next to you, always." I nodded, sending her out after giving her another hug. When the door finally clicked shut, I collapsed against it. "Lily?" Silence. The bond between us, usually a vibrant, humming connection, felt frayed and thin. I reached inward, searching the shadowed corners of my mind where my wolf usually waited. When she finally appeared, my breath caught. Gone was the proud, golden-furred beast who had raced through moonlit forests with me. Before me crouched a spectral version of herself, fur dull and patchy, eyes dimmed to pale amber. "Sarah." Her voice was a whisper of wind through dying leaves. "It hurts." A chill ran down my spine. Rejecting Darius hadn't just broken our mating bond. It was killing my wolf. Seraphina's POV. The pain of losing Lily's presence still throbbed in my chest like an open wound. Now my beautiful wolf, my another half, needed to retreat into the deepest recesses of my mind. A hibernation that might have no expiration date. My hands trembled, first with panic, then with reluctant acceptance. She had fought so hard for me. If rest was what she needed, I would guard her slumber like the most precious treasure. Sleep, my brave one. I sent through the fading connection. I'll keep our heart beating until you return. Then a sharp rap of knuckles against my door shattered the silence. I barely had time to wipe my tear-streaked face before the door burst open, revealing a whirlwind of golden curls and floral perfume. Callista Ophelia, my oldest friend and most vocal critic of Darius, swept into the room like a summer storm. "Oh, thank the moon goddess!" She crushed me in a hug so tight that I could feel her rapid heartbeat. "You finally dumped that two-timing bastard." I stiffened. Even now, with the scent of gasoline still haunting my nightmares, part of me flinched at hearing Darius insulted. Callista pulled back, her champagne-colored eyes scanning my face. "Wait, why aren't you celebrating?" She gripped my shoulders. "Sarah, you do realize you just dodged a silver bullet, right?" A humorless laugh escaped me. If only she knew how literal that bullet had been. "I'm fine," I lied, turning toward the window where moonlight painted silver streaks across the floor. "Just tired." Callista's manicured finger hooked my chin, forcing me to meet her gaze. "I've known you since we stole cookies from the packed kitchen at 6 years old. That's your I'm dying inside face." Her words cracked something open in my chest. Before I could stop them, the truth spilled out. Lilies. Fading. The rejection. Callista's expression shifted from playful to deadly serious in a heartbeat. "Okay, new plan." She marched to my closet and began flinging dresses onto the bed. "We're going to the Howling Moon tonight." I blinked. "The bar for werewolves?" "Exactly." She tossed a scandalously short crimson dress at me. "Nothing mends a broken bond like rubbing your freedom in everyone's faces." A wicked grin spread across her lips. "And I heard the Shadowfang Pack's alpha heir just returned from his warrior trials." As she described the mysterious, notoriously single alpha heir, I felt something I hadn't felt in years, a flicker of interest. Not for the stranger, but for the life I could have now. A life without fire, without betrayal, a life where I got to choose. Lily stirred weakly in my mind, her voice a whisper. "Maybe, just for an hour." Callista winked, holding up 2 shot glasses she had somehow produced from her purse. "To new beginnings?" For the first time since my rebirth, I smiled from the heart. The moment we stepped through the frosted glass doors of Howl, the whispers began. Moon whispers rejected Luna. They say she burned her own mating bond. Look at the way she carries herself, like an alpha. Callista squeezed my arm as 3 broad-shouldered warriors materialized from the smoky haze. The tallest, a russet-haired beta with battle scars crisscrossing his neck, leaned in with a wolfish grin. "Care for some company, lovely Luna?" His scent, pine and musk, rolled over me. Callista arched a brow. "Oh, we absolutely. I'm here to drink alone." My tone left no room for negotiation. As Callista disappeared into the VIP section with her new admirers, I claimed a seat at the Moonstone Bar. This wasn't just any shifter den. The gilded wolf-head sconces, the waitstaff's silver cuffs marking high-ranking pack members, even the ice cubes carved like crescent moons screamed elite. Whiskey. Neat. The bartender, a scarred delta with knowing eyes, slid over a tumbler of amber liquid without comment. I downed it in one burning gulp. Another. By the 3rd pour, the world had softened at the edges. Bodies moved in hypnotic rhythms on the dance floor, females in backless dresses arching against warriors bare-chested beneath their suit jackets. The air thickened with pheromones and broken inhibitions. Then I saw him. Perched in the VIP loft like a king overlooking his domain, the male dominated the space without effort. Midnight curls framed a face carved by the gods themselves. Sharp jaw dusted with stubble, lips made for sin. His tailored suit did nothing to hide the predatory grace beneath, the fabric straining across shoulders that spoke of endless battles won. When those storm-gray eyes locked onto mine, time stopped. For one heartbeat, too, he saw me. Not as Darius's cast-off, but as prey worth chasing. Then, deliberate insult, he turned away. Challenge ignited in my blood. I walked toward him without a second thought. The bass vibrated through my bones as I leaned closer to the mysterious stranger, my lips brushing the shell of his ear. "All alone, Alpha?" He stiffened, just for a heartbeat, before turning those storm-gray eyes on me. Up close, he was even more devastating. the faint scar bisecting his left eyebrow, the way his tailored shirt strained against his muscular frame, the intoxicating scent of winter storms and leather that clung to his skin. "You're drunk," he murmured, though his fingers tightened imperceptibly around his whiskey glass. I laughed, tracing the rim of my own drink. "I'm intoxicated, yes, but not from the alcohol." My nails grazed his wrist. "From you." His gaze darkened, a predator finally acknowledging worthy prey. In one fluid motion, he pulled me flush against him, his large hand splayed possessively across my lower back. "You'll regret this in the morning," he warned, his breath hot against my temple. "Try me." Our lips were a hair's breadth apart when he suddenly stilled. "Do you even know who I am, little wolf?" Before I could respond, Callista's shriek cut through the pulsing music. "Brother?" I recoiled like I'd been struck. Brother? That meant Kairos Harrington, the legendary North American Alpha, Callista's older brother, the most dangerous unmated wolf on the continent. His grip tightened as I tried to pull away. "Running now?" he purred, dragging me back against his chest. His heartbeat thundered against my palm, steady and unrelenting. Then his lips crashed onto mine. The world narrowed to the scrape of his teeth, the possessive slant of his mouth, the way his growl vibrated through my very bones. When he finally pulled back, his eyes glowed molten silver in the dim light. "Too late for the regrets, little Luminara." Seraphina's POV. I closed my eyes, feeling my heart race. He kissed me softly, but it sent a rush of heat through my veins. Amid my fear of Callista's arrival, he suddenly pulled away, his fingers still clenched tightly around my waist. "My private room, upstairs," he whispered in a low voice that sent chills down my spine. 5 minutes. Before I could respond, he vanished into the crowd, leaving me frozen, my knees trembling, and my lips still warm from his touch. For the moon goddess, what had just happened? I must have been losing my mind. "Sarah, are you okay?" I snapped out of my daze, Callista's voice breaking through and pulling me back to reality. She ran toward me with genuine concern, the dim light hiding my red face and swollen lips. "What did that jerk of a brother of mine do to you? Did he bother you?" she asked angrily. "Kairos is always like that, thinking he can claim whatever he wants." I shook my head quickly, trying to calm my racing heart. "No, nothing happened. He just said hello." The lie slipped out before I could stop it. "I want to go home," I added, this time telling the truth. The loud club music and judgmental stares were starting to feel suffocating. But there was something else, an invisible pull drawing me toward the stairs leading upstairs. Callista grabbed my hand. "Okay, I'll take you home." "No, it's okay," I said quickly. "I can go home by myself. You're having fun with your new friends. Go ahead." She looked at me doubtfully. "Are you sure? We just got here." "I'm sure," I smiled reassuringly. "I just need some fresh air for a bit. Maybe I'll come back later." Seeing her hesitation, I added, "Really, I'm fine. Enjoy your night." As she returned to the VIP room with her new friends, we parted ways. And me, I walked away, but my feet didn't head toward the exit. They moved instead toward the stairs leading to the upper floor. Crazy. Maybe I was going crazy. I'd just broken up with Darius, my wolf was in hibernation, and now I was heading to the private room of an alpha I didn't even know, who also happened to be my best friend's brother. At the end of the empty corridor, I saw a door with intricate carvings, unlike the others, without a number, bearing only the symbols of a crescent moon and the sun. My instincts told me he was there. I could smell his tempting scent from afar. My blood began to race again, my desire reigniting as I remembered our interrupted kiss. My feet moved on their own as if pulled by something invisible. I raised my fingers to knock when I reached the door, but it opened first. His face was clearer in the brighter light, and he smiled at me with a teasing look. I swallowed nervously as my gaze fell to his neck and his chest peeking out from under his shirt, all the buttons undone. I could see his abdominal muscles, perfectly defined with beautiful curves. "You came," he said, breaking the silence between us. Before I could respond, he grabbed my hand and closed the door with a kick. He pulled me into his room and suddenly pushed me against the wall, pinning me there. Seraphina's POV. Golden light penetrated the white curtains as I opened my eyes. I woke up slowly, squinting and holding my dizzy head. When I was fully conscious, I froze for a moment as I realized where I was. A naked body was curled up next to me, breathing steadily. I covered my mouth when I saw a long scratch on the man's back, something I had done. I cursed myself. What had I done to him? It seemed that I had completely lost my mind. One word echoed in my mind: escape. I slowly got out of bed and dressed with trembling hands. My heart was pounding again, not because of the kiss, but because of panic and fear. Every time I moved, I glanced at him warily, but the man remained fast asleep, snoring softly. I tiptoed toward the door, careful not to make a sound. All along the corridor, last night's events replayed in my mind. His wet lips and warm breath, the way he kissed me so skillfully, made me drunk. His warm embrace and the way he held me made my heart race. All those memories left me wanting to scream in frustration. Inside the elevator, I leaned against the cold wall while putting on my shoes. My body was still trembling slightly, but the heat from last night still lingered on my skin. Doubt began creeping in. My body wanted him, but my logic refused. One fact slapped me in the face. I had slept with a stranger, even though he was my best friend's brother. Still, he was someone I hadn't known before. After leaving the Howling Moon building, I hailed a passing taxi. After telling the driver my address, I leaned back and took a deep breath. Relieved, I could finally leave quietly without being noticed. I couldn't imagine what would have happened if Kairos woke up and saw me. I had no idea what would come next. Because he was the Alpha King of North America, a man with immense power, and on top of that, he was the brother of Callista, my best friend. I couldn't do anything but withdraw, keep my distance, disappear from his life, and hope that I would never see him again. Or if he did see me, I hoped he wouldn't recognize me. I didn't want anything to do with someone like Kairos Harrington. He wasn't just anyone. He was an alpha from the most prominent clan in North America, and I had easily given myself to him last night like a desperate madwoman. How embarrassing. Upon arriving home, I glanced around to assess the situation. It was quiet, and this was my chance to sneak into my private room. I hoped no one would see me. However, as I was about to climb the stairs, footsteps approached from behind. Seraphina. My feet froze in place, my heart pounding so hard that it felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. Damn, it was my mother's voice. I turned slowly, trying my best to smile sweetly at her, but she remained calm, folding her arms across her chest. "Yes, mother," I replied. She looked me up and down, her gaze soft but somehow stern. "Did you have breakfast?" The question came out suddenly, almost making me choke. "I made eggs and beef. Your father is making coffee," she continued. Guilt tightened around my throat like an invisible hand. I had decided to cut ties with Darius, a decision that could affect the relationship between the two clans. But my mother remained kind and didn't ask questions. I knew how I looked: hair messy, lips swollen, and clothes disheveled. That should have been enough to prompt questions like, "Where were you last night?" As I opened my mouth to speak, my rumbling stomach answered for me. My mother smiled at the sound. "I think that's a no," she said, taking my hand and leading me to the kitchen. The scent of coffee and breakfast met me, along with my father sitting at the dining table, reading the newspaper. He glanced up when I entered, raising an eyebrow at my appearance, but didn't comment. That was always my father's way. He believed that grown children had the right to make their own choices, good or bad. "Good morning, my princess," he said, pouring a cup of coffee and pushing it toward me. "Did you sleep well last night?" My face flushed. "Yeah," I muttered, avoiding his gaze as I sat down. My mother placed a plate of breakfast in front of me, and for a moment we all sat in comfortable silence. It was the normality I needed after such a turbulent morning. I ate heartily, my energy completely drained from the events of the night before. Slowly, the tension inside me began to ease. With every bite of breakfast and sip of coffee, I felt calmer. Maybe I was overreacting. Last night was just last night. Kairos had probably forgotten about me the moment he woke up. A man like him never lacked female attention. Maybe I was just one of the many who'd crossed his path. My thoughts were interrupted when my father's face suddenly turned serious. His dark brown eyes, the same as mine, went blank for a moment, a sign he was receiving telepathic communication. "What's wrong?" my mother asked, recognizing the sign immediately. My father, the alpha of the Moon Whisper Pack for over 2 decades, put down his newspaper, his face darkening. "John just sent me a message," he said, referring to our beta. Alpha Julian and his family are on their way here. My heart skipped a beat. Alpha Julian, Darius's father. His family was on their way here. But for what? I thought everything was over, that there was nothing left to discuss. When? My voice caught in my throat, and I had to clear it to continue. When will they arrive? As if answering my question, the doorbell rang. We all fell silent, our eyes darting toward each other. In a matter of seconds, the entire atmosphere of the house changed from peaceful to alert. Seraphina's POV. The doorbell rang just as I exchanged glances with my parents. Alpha Julian, Darius's father. I never expected them to arrive this quickly. My hands started to sweat, and I wiped them on my jeans. "Let me get it," said my father, rising from his chair with the authority of an alpha. My mother moved to stand beside me, her hand on my shoulder, a protective gesture that reminded me that, no matter what, I was still their daughter before I became Luna. My father's footsteps echoed in the foyer. I heard the door open, followed by formal greetings between alphas. There was a moment of silence, and then heavy footsteps approached. They entered the dining room, burly Alpha Julian with his sharp eyes, his beautiful but cold wife, Soraya, and behind them, Darius. My eyes met those of my ex-fiancé, and I was surprised to see regret on his face. It wasn't the expression I expected from someone who had just been caught cheating. Alpha Bastian, Alpha Julian greeted us in a respectful tone. "We apologize for our sudden arrival." "Please sit down," my father replied, gesturing to an empty chair across the table. Everyone sat down in a tense atmosphere. Darius didn't dare look at me directly, his eyes focused on the table. I noticed he looked a mess, as if he hadn't slept all night, with dark circles under his eyes and messy hair. "We've come to discuss the situation between Darius and Seraphina." Alpha Julian began, his voice cautious, as if walking on thin ice. "I don't think there's anything to discuss," my father replied firmly. "My daughter has made her decision." Alpha Julian nodded slowly. "I understand, but we hope Seraphina will reconsider. Our alliance is too valuable to be destroyed by a mistake." I snorted softly. A mistake? Was that what they called Darius's betrayal? Soraya, Darius's mother, looked at me with pleading eyes. "Seraphina, dear, we know Darius has made a terrible mistake, but we will make sure he never sees that girl again." "Her name is Vesper," I cut in, my voice colder than I'd intended. "And she is Darius's true soulmate. Do you think separating them is the right solution?" "It's just physical attraction," Alpha Julian argued. "Fate can be wrong, and blood ties are stronger than instinct. Our alliance will strengthen both clans more than anything." I clicked my tongue. So this was what they cared about. Not their son's happiness, or not my feelings, but political power. "We will limit Darius's contact with that girl," Soraya continued, her voice firm. "He will focus on his responsibilities as the alpha heir, and we promise to ensure you are treated with respect as our Luna." "As a breeding machine, you mean?" I challenged. "A Luna from pure blood to strengthen your clan?" My honesty took Soraya aback, but I didn't care. The hatred I'd been holding inside for years finally found an outlet. "I see all of this," I said with a cold laugh. "You've never cared about me as an individual. I'm just a pawn in your political game." The tension in the room thickened. Darius finally lifted his face, his eyes filled with regret. "Sarah, I'm truly sorry," he said hoarsely. "I never meant to hurt you." "Darius," his mother scolded. "No, mother," Darius shook his head. "I can't keep lying. I love Vesper. She's my true mate. I can't leave her, no matter what happens." Alpha Julian growled softly, a sign he was losing his patience. "You must do what's best for our clan, Darius. You are my heir." "So that's what you care about?" My father's voice sounded dangerous. "Not the happiness of your son or our daughter, but political power?" "We all know how our world works, Bastian," Alpha Julian replied coldly. "Our alliance will make both our clans unbeatable. By sacrificing the happiness of our children," my mother spoke, her voice trembling with anger. "That's not how we lead." My cold laughter broke the tense atmosphere. All eyes turned to me. "I don't care about your politics," I said. "I don't want to be the Luna of a clan that disregards the fate of the moon, and I don't want to marry someone whose heart belongs to another." "You don't respect Darius's parents," Alpha Julian snapped, his eyes narrowing. "And you don't respect our daughter," my father replied authoritatively. The tension in the room grew even thicker. Darius looked at me with a pleading gaze, but I couldn't tell if he was begging for forgiveness or hoping I would agree to his family's plan. "I think you should leave," my father said finally. "Our daughter has made her choice, and we fully support her." Alpha Julian bit his lip but knew he couldn't defy an alpha on his own territory. He rose slowly, followed by his wife. "Darius," he called in a commanding tone. Darius stood reluctantly, his eyes still on me. "Sarah," he whispered, "forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt you." "Go, Darius," I said in a softer tone than I had imagined. "Live with your true mate. I'll be fine." The family left with an aura of defeat. When the front door closed, I exhaled the breath I hadn't even realized I was holding. It felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from my shoulders. My father returned to the dining room with a satisfied expression. "That's how you handle politicians," he muttered, picking up his now cold coffee. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" my mother asked, rubbing my back. I nodded slowly. "I'm okay. I feel relieved." And it was true. The confrontation that had just taken place didn't make me as sad as I had imagined. Instead, I felt as though the chains that had bound me for years had finally broken. I was free. My phone rang, breaking the moment of reflection. Callista's name appeared on the screen, and I hesitated a moment before answering. "Hello, Callista," I said in a forced, light tone. "Sarah!" Callista's cheerful voice filled my ears. "How are you? Did you have your meeting last night?" I almost choked. Meeting? She couldn't possibly know about what happened between me and Kairos, could she? "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Oh, come on. I know you were out last night. Did you meet someone? Who's the lucky guy?" Heat rushed to my face. She didn't know. Of course, she didn't know I had just spent the night with her brother. The image of Kairos sleeping with a scratch on his back flashed through my mind, and I had to fight the strange sensation in my stomach. "No meeting," I replied, trying to change the subject. "Oh, and I've been thinking about staying with the Night Vale pack for a while. Do you think that's a good idea?" "Really? That's a great idea," Callista exclaimed enthusiastically. "You can stay at my house, and you know what's even better? I can introduce you to so many cute guys to help you get over Darius." I smiled at her excitement. "I've already moved on from Darius," I said, partly to please her. "Great. Oh, and don't worry about Kairos. I know he can be a little cold, but he's not always home, busy with his alpha duties. He won't bother you." Hearing Kairos' name made my heart race. The memory of his lips on my skin, his strong hands exploring my body, all of it flooded back into my mind in waves of sensation that warmed me. "He's not very friendly," Callista continued, unaware of my reaction. "But I'm sure he won't make you uncomfortable. Sorry if he was a little rude last night." "He wasn't rude," I muttered without thinking. "Really? That's surprising. He doesn't usually like strangers." I bit my lip, trying to chase away the memory of Kairos' touch that still lingered on my skin. "Callista, I have to go now. I'll call you later to discuss the moving plans." "Sure. Don't forget to pack your things. I can't wait to see you here." After hanging up, I leaned against the wall, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. What was happening to me? One night with Kairos, and suddenly I couldn't stop thinking about him. It was just the alcohol and the unstable emotions after breaking up with Darius, right? But deep down, I knew it wasn't just the alcohol or emotions. There was something about Kairos, dangerous, mysterious, and incredibly tempting, and now I'd be staying at his place for a while. What had I just done? Seraphina's POV. I threw the last pair of jeans into my suitcase. It felt heavy, but for the first time in days, I felt so light. The decision to stay with the Night Vale pack for a while felt more and more right every time I thought about it. "You don't need to bring so much," my mother said from the doorway. "It's only temporary, remember?" I looked at her with a small smile. "I know, Mom." My mother came closer and gently stroked my hair. Her blue eyes looked at me with a mix of love and worry. "Seraphina, you know you don't have to run away, right? You can stay here. Dad and I will protect you from Julian and Darius." Hearing the name of my former fiancé still felt like a knife stabbing my heart, but it wasn't as painful as it had been a few days ago. I shook my head. "I'm not running away, Mom. I need time to think, to find myself again." I took a deep breath. "Besides, Callista has already prepared a room for me." My mother didn't look entirely convinced. And what about their alpha? Kairos, is that his name? Does he agree with this? My heart raced when Kailos's name was mentioned. The memories of that night, his hands on my skin, his soft voice in my ear, flooded my mind. I swallowed hard and tried to hide my reaction. Callista said it's okay. Her family is happy for me to stay there. I see. My mother raised an eyebrow, looking unsure, but didn't ask any further questions. All right, but remember, you can come home anytime. I nodded and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Mom, for everything. Half an hour later, I was in the car with my father, who was driving me to the territory's border. The ride was comfortable and quiet, with the forest scenery slowly changing as we approached the Night Vale Pack's territory. Are you sure about this decision? My father finally asked, calm but attentive. Yes, Dad. I need time away from everything. My father nodded. Alpha Kairos is a fair leader, though he's known to be strict, but I'm sure he'll respect the daughter of an allied alpha. I just nodded, not wanting my father to see how much the name Kairos affected me. The image of his cold yet passionate blue eyes kept haunting my thoughts. Our car slowed as we approached the small bridge marking the territory's border. But suddenly, something or someone moved in front of our car, forcing my father to brake abruptly. "What the hell?" my father muttered under his breath. In the middle of the road stood a young woman with long blonde hair and blue eyes wet with tears. Vesper. My heart sank. "Stay in the car," my father ordered in an alpha tone, but I ignored him and got out with him. Vesper looked disheveled, her eyes were swollen and her cheeks were wet with tears. But for some reason, I could sense the falseness behind her sad expression. "Seraphina," she called hoarsely, "please, talk to me." My father snorted softly. "Miss, you're in the wrong place. You should leave before I consider this trespassing." Vesper ignored my father's threat and continued to stare at me. "Sarah, please, you have to bring Darius back. He's suffering without you." I laughed bitterly. "Darius? Suffering? Because he lost me, or because he lost my family's alliance?" "You don't understand," Vesper cried, tears falling dramatically. "He loves you. He's just influenced by his instincts." "Enough," I said firmly. "I'm not interested in this charade, Vesper. Darius chose you. The two of you are meant to be together. Accept it and let me live in peace." Vesper shook her head in despair. "You don't understand. I'll leave if that's what it takes. I'll give up everything. I'd even die if it means you'll go back to him and his pack won't suffer." Her melodramatic words made me sick. I looked at her with disgust. "You won't die, Vesper. All you want is the title of Luna and the power that comes with it. Fine. Take Darius. Take the title. I don't care anymore." I turned to leave, disgusted by this cheap drama, but suddenly there was a scream and a splash behind me. I turned around in shock and saw that Vesper was no longer where she had been standing. "Help! Help!" A panicked scream came from the river flowing beneath the bridge. "I can't swim!" My father ran toward the bridge, but before he could do anything, a man emerged from the forest. Darius. His face was red with anger as his eyes met mine. "What are you doing?" he shouted, running toward the river to help Vesper. "You pushed her?" "What? No." I was shocked by his accusation. She might have slipped. Darius pulled Vesper, who was soaking wet, to the riverbank, then walked quickly toward me with eyes full of anger. "You set this up, didn't you? To get my attention, and now you're trying to kill my mate?" Anger boiled up inside me. "You're crazy! Why would I want to kill her? Why would I care about your attention anymore?" "Don't lie," he shouted. "You've been jealous of her since she arrived. You could never accept that she's my true mate, and you're a political choice." His words cut deep, but instead of pain, all I felt was pure rage. Without thinking, I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the cheek. The sound of the slap echoed in the silent air. Darius froze for a moment, shocked. Then his face hardened, his eyes turning gold, the mark of the wolf within him emerging. He raised his hand, ready to strike back. "Don't do it." The deep, dangerous voice came from behind me. A voice I knew, a voice that made my body tremble, Seraphina's POV. Darius froze. I turned and saw a tall figure with a sharp, frightening gaze. His aura was so dominant that the air around him felt tense. He was Kairos, the alpha of the Night Vale Pack. I didn't know how long he had been standing there. "If you dare to raise your hand to strike him again," Kairos said in a low, threatening voice, I won't hesitate to ensure that the Blue Ridge pack will have a new heir. Darius's face paled instantly. Even my father, standing not far from us, looked startled by the direct threat. Everyone knew that Kairos never made empty threats. "You are on my territory," Kairos said coldly, "and you just threatened someone under my protection." Darius backed away with a wary, fearful look. "But she hurt my mate," he protested, though his voice wasn't as strong as before. "I didn't see her do anything," Kairos replied calmly, but with a dangerous edge. "All I saw was you trying to attack a woman standing on my territory. That could be considered a declaration of war, you know?" Darius swallowed hard. Behind him, Vesper rose, trembling, water dripping from her wet clothes. "Darius," she whispered, "let's go. This isn't our place." For a moment, Darius looked uncertain. His eyes shifted between me and Kairos before he finally snorted in frustration. "This isn't over," he whispered, then turned and helped Vesper walk away. I exhaled deeply as the two of them drew farther away from us. My heart was still pounding wildly. I didn't know if it was from anger, fear, or because of the man who was now standing beside me. "Are you okay?" Kairos asked, his voice still low but now softer. I nodded slightly, doubting my own voice. When I finally dared to look into his eyes, I was a little surprised to see his sincere gaze, not the cold stare of an alpha hungry for honor. "Thank you," I whispered at last. The corners of Kailos's lips lifted, resembling a smile. "Welcome to the Night Vale pack, Seraphina." Amidst the chaos I had just endured, I felt something strange in my chest. Something was moving inside me, making my heart flutter with excitement. "I'm here to take you to the Night Vale pack," Kairos said, his voice softening as he spoke to me. "Callista is very worried about you." I nodded and turned to look at my father. "I'll be fine, father." My father looked at Kairos with a deep expression before finally nodding. "Take care of my daughter, Alpha Kairos." "With my life," Kairos replied with certainty, sending a chill down my spine. After saying goodbye to my father, I followed Kairos to where his car was parked near the bridge. An elegant black Rolls-Royce, of course. Kairos opened the door for me, and as I got in, his scent enveloped me. A mixture of cedar, mint, and something very masculine that was uniquely his. My face flushed as I remembered our last encounter. The touch of his hands, his whispers. "You look nervous," Kairos commented as he got in and sat behind the wheel. His long fingers rested casually on the steering wheel, but his eyes were fixed intensely on me. "I'm fine," I replied, trying to straighten my back and control my racing heart. Kairos drove silently for a moment before finally asking, "Why did you reject him?" The question caught me off guard. "Sorry?" "Darius," Kairos explained, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. "He found his true love, but you're still engaged. Most people would have held on to their position, especially Luna's, who was promised to him, but you let him go." Under his intense gaze, I struggled to find a reasonable excuse. I wasn't ready to share about my rebirth, about how I had suddenly awakened with memories of my previous life and the knowledge that Darius would betray me. "I didn't love him," I finally replied, choosing half the truth. "And I don't want to be tied to someone who loves someone else." Kairos nodded slowly. "A wise decision, though not an easy one. You are stronger than you think, Seraphina." The compliment felt warm in my chest. The afternoon sun streamed through the window and illuminated Kailos's face, highlighting his strong jaw and lips, which were now curved into a faint smile. "In my kingdom," Kairos said suddenly, "no one will hurt you. You are under my protection now." Something in the way he said it, a promise, a claim, made my entire body tremble. I knew what he wanted. I could feel it in the way he looked at me. "Kitten," he called softly, and his voice sent a shiver down my spine. "You know I want you, don't you? As my mate." My heart stopped for a moment. "I can't," I whispered. "Not now. I'm still traumatized." Kairos nodded, not pushing further. "I can wait," he said, his voice full of conviction. "Forever, if I have to." Our car turned onto a smaller road surrounded by tall, lush trees. The atmosphere inside the car grew more intense as silence enveloped us. "Are you afraid of me?" Kairos asked suddenly, leaning closer to me. The scent of his masculine body grew stronger, making me dizzy. "No," I answered quickly, too quickly. Kairos chuckled, his voice deep and teasing. "Your heart is beating very fast, Seraphina. I can hear it." My face flushed. "It's because what?" he asked in a low voice, leaning closer until his breath brushed my ear. "Don't worry, kitten. I won't eat you." He paused for a moment, then added in an almost whisper, "Unless you want me to." His words made my whole body feel hot. I turned away, hiding my face, which must have been as red as a tomato. "We're here," Kairos said, saving me from responding to that temptation. Our car stopped in front of a magnificent modern building surrounded by tall trees. Several group members were busy around the area, and I saw Callista running towards us with a beaming smile. "Seraphina," she exclaimed, pulling me into a tight hug as soon as I exited the car. "I'm so glad you came." I returned her hug warmly, grateful for her warm welcome. "Thank you for inviting me, Cal." "Oh, you have to meet Beta Archer," Callista said, pulling my arm and pointing toward a tall, dark-haired man walking toward us. "Archer, this is Seraphina." Beta Archer smiled warmly and nodded respectfully. "Welcome to the Nightvale Pack, Seraphina. We've heard a lot about you." "Hopefully good things," I replied nervously. "Of course," Callista interrupted. "Oh, and you have to come to our movie night tonight. We're watching a horror movie, and you can meet the others." With enthusiasm, Callista kept talking while Archer looked at her gently. Soon, Callista turned to Archer. "Come on, Archer, we need to prepare the room for movie night," she said, then turned to me. "Sorry, Sarah, we'll talk later. Kairos, make sure she gets a comfortable room, okay?" Without waiting for an answer, Callista pulled Archer away, leaving me alone with Kairos. I didn't dare look at him, still embarrassed by our earlier interaction in the car. "Let me show you to your room," Kairos said, his voice returning to its formal tone but still gentle. He led me to the clan's main house, walking slowly to match my pace. The interior was elegant and modern, with classic touches that gave it a luxurious yet comfortable feel. "Your room is upstairs," Kairos said, pointing to the wide, curved staircase. "Next to Callista's room." We walked in awkward silence through the corridor decorated with beautiful paintings until we finally stopped in front of a carved wooden door. "This is your room," Kairos said, opening the door and motioning for me to enter first. The room was spacious and comfortable, with a large, neatly made bed, tall windows overlooking the forest, and a private bathroom. Someone, perhaps Callista, had placed fresh flowers on the small table beside the bed. "I hope you're comfortable here," said Kairos, still standing in the doorway. I nodded, trying to suppress my trembling as his intense gaze fixed on my back. "Thank you." Then somehow, he was behind me, so close I could feel the warmth of his body. I hadn't heard him move, but suddenly he was there, his breath brushing the back of my neck, sending waves of sensation coursing through my body. "Seraphina," he whispered, his voice so soft and deep it felt like a physical touch. "May I?" I turned around, finding his face only inches from mine. His usually cold blue eyes burned with a fire I had never seen before. His hand rose, his long fingers gently touching my cheek. My heart was beating so fast I was sure he could hear it. His warm breath touched my face, and I almost forgot to breathe for a moment. Time seemed to stop as he slowly brought his face closer, his eyes never leaving mine, as if asking for permission. "Seraphina!" Callista's loud voice rang out from outside the room, interrupting this thrilling moment. Kairos smiled slightly, then stepped back. He looked at me and took a deep breath, putting both hands in his pockets. "You'd better go downstairs," he said. "Callista won't stop calling you." I could only nod without speaking. My tongue suddenly felt numb and my throat was dry. I was still in shock from what had just happened. As I was about to leave, Kairos grabbed my hand and made me freeze again. Then I felt his chest press against my back, followed by his breath in my ear. "We'll continue later, kitten," he whispered, sending a shiver down my spine. The next moment, he let go of me and walked out, leaving me frozen in place, but before he reached the door, Kairos turned toward me and winked at me with a mischievous smile. Oh no, why was he so charming? Seraphina's POV. I descended the stairs, my heart still pounding wildly. The image of Kairos so close, his warm breath on my face, his fingers gently touching my cheek, felt so real that I had to close my eyes for a moment to calm myself. "Finally!" Callista exclaimed when she saw me at the bottom of the stairs. She stood in the spacious living room with a wide smile and a box wrapped in silver gift paper with an elegant blue ribbon. "What's that?" I asked, trying to divert my thoughts from what had almost happened in the room. A welcome gift? Callista handed me the box enthusiastically. Come on, open it! I carefully unwrapped it and found an emerald green silk scarf with beautiful silver ornaments at the ends, the emblem of the Night Vale Pack, a wolf howling under the moon. Callista, this is so beautiful, I whispered, running my fingers over the soft silk. Do you like it? I had it specially made to match your favorite color, she said, squeezing my hand warmly. Oh, and there's something I want to ask you. I raised my eyebrows, waiting. Jenny, you remember Jenny, right? My childhood friend. She's having a birthday party next week at her family's mansion. You have to come. For some reason, the thought of meeting strangers in the middle of my mess didn't sound appealing. The possibility of running into Kairos at a social event made my heart race, and I wasn't sure it was from excitement. I'm not sure, Cal. Please, Callista pleaded. You need to socialize to heal from all that drama, and Jenny's parties are always fun. There'll be dancing, live music, and delicious food. I don't even have a dress appropriate for a party, I protested weakly. Callista's eyes lit up. That's not a problem. We'll go shopping tomorrow. The Night Vale Pack has the best clothing boutique in the area. For a moment, I hesitated. Going to the party meant interacting with many members of the Night Vale Pack, including Kairos. But on the other hand, maybe this was a good opportunity to take my mind off all this confusion and Kailos's intense presence. All right, I finally gave in, making Callista jump excitedly. Perfect! We'll find the most beautiful dress for you. Now let's pick a movie. The next day, Callista dragged me to a luxurious boutique in the heart of Night Vale Pack territory. The Victorian-style building, with its opulent interior, was filled with designer clothes that left me in awe. How can they have all this in the middle of the forest? I whispered to Callista as I looked at the stunning collection of evening gowns. Our pack has close ties with many famous designers, Callista explained as she pulled dresses off the rack. Some of them are even werewolves themselves. I nodded, amazed by the opulence I never expected to find in a werewolf community known for its simpler, more traditional lifestyle. My eyes were drawn to a dark emerald green dress hanging in the corner of the room. Without realizing it, I stepped toward it and touched the soft fabric, high-quality satin and lace with an elegant, feminine cut. It's perfect, I whispered, imagining myself wearing it. You have to try it on, Callista exclaimed. But a cold and arrogant voice echoed behind me before I could take it. I can't believe they're letting anyone into this boutique now. I turned and saw a young woman with golden blonde hair and sharp brown eyes. She was surrounded by 3 other girls who looked like her loyal followers. From how she stood and her dominant aura, I could tell she wasn't an ordinary member of this pack. Rachel, Callista murmured beside me, her tone suddenly tense. Seraphina, Rachel said, pronouncing my name as if it were disgusting. The newcomer from the small pack I don't even know. I hear your fiancé just dumped you? I felt my blood boil, but I forced myself to stay calm. And you must be Rachel, the daughter of the Beta Night Vale Pack, I replied calmly. Nice to meet you. Rachel seemed slightly taken aback by my casual response before her eyes fell on the green dress I was still holding. Oh, you're not seriously planning to wear that to Jenny's party, are you? She asked mockingly. A dress like that is only suitable for a true member of the Night Vale Pack, not for a temporary outsider. She stepped forward and roughly pulled the dress from my hands. Give it to me. I'll wear it tonight. I didn't let go. Sorry, but I found it first. Rachel raised her eyebrows arrogantly. You don't understand your place here, do you? I'm the Beta's daughter. You're just a guest being housed out of the Alpha's mercy. Rachel, Callista warned in a low voice, don't forget that Seraphina is the Alpha's daughter from our allied pack. Rachel snorted. The small pack in the north that doesn't even matter? Give me a break. She turned back to me with a condescending look. Listen, an outsider. In the Night Vale Pack, there's a hierarchy, and you're at the bottom, so take off that dress, and maybe I'll let you attend the party. I was accustomed to respect and authority even in a smaller pack. Rachel's words stung, but what angered me more was that she considered herself superior to me simply because of her status in a larger pack. I've heard about the Night Vale Pack, I said in a calm voice that hid my anger, about how they respect their guests and allies. It seems you're the exception to that tradition. Rachel looked surprised by my boldness, but quickly covered it with a mocking laugh. You're brave, but bravery alone won't get you far here. She snapped her fingers, and her 3 followers moved to surround us. Take the dress, she ordered. I stood tall, completely unintimidated. Something inside me caused my posture to automatically shift into a more dominant stance. My shoulders were straight, my chin was up, and my gaze was fixed on Rachel's eyes. This reaction was not what she expected. For a split second I saw surprise and, was that fear? In her eyes. How could? She whispered, more to herself than to me. Then, her face red with anger, she raised her hand. You need to be taught a lesson about your place. I braced myself for a slap or a scratch, but before her hand could touch me, a larger, stronger hand gripped her wrist. Enough. The voice, low, cold, and full of authority, made the entire room fall silent. I didn't need to turn to know who it belonged to. Kairos. Alpha, Rachel stammered, her face turning pale. Seraphina's POV. Kailos's grip on Rachel's wrist was so strong that the girl grimaced in pain. His eyes, usually warm, were now cold as ice, staring at Rachel with a look that could make anyone tremble with fear. Let go, he ordered in a low, threatening voice. Rachel quickly released the emerald green dress from her hands, taking a step back with a pale face. Her 3 followers were even more terrified, standing stiff as statues. Alpha, Rachel stammered again, her voice trembling. You were just what? Kairos cut her off, his voice growing colder. Intimidating a guest of our pack, disrespecting the daughter of an alpha from an allied pack, or perhaps you've forgotten the basic values taught in the Night Veil pack? Rachel's face grew even paler. I could see cold sweat on her temples. Around me, the entire boutique fell silent, even the shop assistant standing tensely in the distance. Kairos glared at Rachel with a demanding expression. Apologize, now. Rachel glanced at me with a look that still held traces of arrogance, but fear clearly dominated her face. Reluctantly, she bowed slightly. I'm sorry, she murmured in a voice barely audible. Louder, Kairos commanded. I'm sorry for my inappropriate behavior, Seraphina, she said in a clearer voice, though her tone was still uncertain. For Kailos's sake, who had defended me, I nodded. I accept it. Kairos released his grip on Rachel's wrist, and the girl immediately stepped back further, rubbing her reddened wrist. Go, Kairos said calmly but firmly, and don't let me hear you bothering Seraphina again. Rachel and her 3 followers hurried out of the boutique, leaving the tense atmosphere behind. I had planned to continue shopping for dresses with Callista, but Kairos turned to me with a softer expression. There's no need to look for a dress anymore, he said. I've already prepared something suitable for you. I was stunned. Kairos had picked out a dress for me. How could someone as busy as the Alpha have thought of something like that? You picked out a dress for me? I asked, unable to hide the surprise in my voice. The dress will be delivered to your room later, he replied briefly, then turned to leave. Make sure you attend Jenny's party. Before I could react or say thank you, he had already stepped out of the boutique, leaving me and Callista in confusion. Oh my gosh, Callista whispered after Kairos disappeared. I can't believe what just happened. After he left, Callista and I headed to the jewelry section, trying to forget the drama that had just unfolded. As I walked past the stunning displays, my mind kept drifting back to the image of Kairos standing in front of the dress rack, furrowing his brow as he considered the colors and styles that might suit me. The vision was so sweet and unexpected that I found myself smiling without realizing it. What are you thinking about? Callista asked, watching me with a meaningful smile. I snapped out of my reverie. Nothing, I replied quickly, trying to hide the blush on my cheeks. Which necklace do you think would look best on me? But Callista wasn't easily distracted. She narrowed her eyes with a teasing gaze. Don't lie to me, Sarah. I know that expression. You're thinking about someone, aren't you? Callista, I protested, but she was already too excited. And this is the first time Kairos has ever picked out a dress for a girl, she added teasingly. He usually doesn't even care about things like that. The words first time made my heart flutter. For some reason, knowing that I was the first girl to receive such attention from Kairos made me feel special. I changed the subject again, this time more excitedly pointing at the jewelry. It wasn't because I wanted to hide something from Callista, but I wasn't sure how to explain the complicated feelings that were starting to grow in my heart toward her brother. Maybe someday I would tell her when the time was right, when I understood what was really going on between Kairos and me. After shopping, as I was heading to my room, Beta Archer, Rachel's father, found me in the hallway. The middle-aged man with brown hair was carrying a beautifully wrapped package. "Seraphina," he said with a regretful voice. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" I nodded, though I felt a little nervous inside. "I want to apologize for Rachel's behavior today," he said, handing me the package. "As her father and as the beta of this pack, I feel I have failed to discipline her properly. Her behavior is unacceptable for a member of the Nightvale pack. This is a small gift as a token of my apology," he continued. "I hope you can forgive my daughter's mistake." I accepted the package politely. "I understand, Beta Archer. Thank you for your concern." He nodded in relief before excusing himself and leaving me alone in the hallway. Back in my room, I couldn't wait to open both packages, one from Kairos and another from Beta Archer. I decided to open Kailos's first. Inside was a champagne-colored dress, and it was so beautiful that my breath was took away. The crystals sewn by hand sparkled under the light of the room, creating an effect like little stars. The dress was elegant, yet not overly so, with a cut that would surely fit my body perfectly. Unable to resist, I immediately tried it on. It fit perfectly as if it had been made just for me. But there was one problem. I couldn't reach the zipper at the back. I struggled alone for several minutes, twisting my arms in a futile attempt to reach the stubborn zipper. Then, the door to my room opened without a knock. I assumed it was one of the Omega servants who usually helped out, so I didn't turn around and just said casually, "Can you help me with the zipper?" But there was silence. I waited for a moment, then turned around in confusion, and my heart nearly stopped. Standing in the doorway wasn't an Omega servant. It was Kairos. His dark eyes stared at me with such intensity that I could barely breathe. He stood motionless as if frozen by the sight before him, me in my beautiful champagne-colored dress, my hair flowing freely, and my face surely flushed with embarrassment. "Kairos," I whispered, my voice barely audible, Seraphina's POV. I felt the wind brushing against my skin, making my blood rush. I knew he was observing every inch of my body, or perhaps imagining something in his mind. His sharp gaze seemed to peel me apart, making my heart race at an alarming speed. I didn't hear you knock," I said, my voice trembling, a cold sensation touching my skin. "Yes, I didn't knock," he said in a heavy voice, and I could hear his breath catch slightly. He walked in and closed the door slowly, as if not wanting to make a sound. "I wanted to see if the dress fits you comfortably." I swallowed hard. It wasn't the dress that made me uncomfortable, but his wild stare, like a wolf looking at its prey. "I can help you," he said, motioning with his fingers for me to turn around. But before I could finish, Kairos' warm hands were on my shoulders, turning me around himself without waiting for me. I stood stiffly, waiting for the sensation of his hands. No, I must be crazy. Why did I want and long for his touch? I must be insane. I bit my lip as my heart pounded loudly. Kairos moved carefully, full of tenderness. He slowly unzipped my dress, as if trying to slow down time. In a matter of seconds, I felt time stop, especially when I felt Kairos' warm breath brush against my back. It left me feeling awkward and paralyzed. "That's enough," he whispered in my ear, which was already burning. I couldn't move, even though he had finished, because he didn't move away. He was still there. He was wicked. I moved away from him, putting distance between us. If I hadn't, who knows if we'd have been able to stop ourselves. "Thank you, you can go," I said, still stuttering. However, instead of leaving, he smiled with an expression that was impossible to read. He looked me up and down, then back up again, stopping at my eyes. "That dress looks perfect," he said, his voice deep and seductive, every word slow. My eyes widened in shock at his blunt words, my cheeks burning red, my face surely like a boiled crab. I shot him a sharp look. "Kairos, you can't." I started to protest, stepping back, desperate to create more distance, but the long hem of my dress caught on my foot. I fell backward, but Kairos caught me quickly, and somehow we ended up on the floor, with me on top of him, hugging each other, our breaths hot and tangled. The position was incredibly awkward. I tried to get up, but Kairos pulled me back, making me fall again into his embrace. He hugged me tightly. He wouldn't let go. I stared into his eyes, but he just smiled instead of feeling guilty. "Oh, goddess! Did you fall on top of me on purpose?" he asked with a mischievous smile, his voice hoarse and full of dangerous excitement. "No," I protested, knowing how ridiculous I must have looked. "It was an accident." Kairos didn't believe me. He chuckled, continuing to hold my hand. I tried to move away, desperate to get up and leave, but his strength overpowered mine. Every time I pushed against his chest, I just fell back into his arms. Every time our chests touched, I became even more aware of how close I was to him. We were in a very intimate and charged position. Being on top of a man as handsome as Kairos, what girl could resist? Suddenly, Kairos grabbed both my cheeks and pulled me down. He kissed my lips, not just any kiss, but a soft one that made me feel like my soul was melting away. Butterflies fluttered inside me. The sensation was strange, but I wanted it. My defenses finally broke. I could no longer hold myself back. Damn it. Why does it feel so intoxicating? I'm addicted to his charm. I wanted him, but something snapped me back to reality when I heard a familiar voice. "Sarah! Kairos, come down for dinner!" Callista's loud voice stopped us, and for a moment we both froze, still entangled. Kairos sighed reluctantly, his eyes locked on my face, which felt as hot as fire. I could feel his heart beating in his chest, and the frustration of his unfulfilled desire. "We've been called. You and I need to go downstairs. Callista must be waiting for us," I said, and he nodded. "You go down first. I'll be right there." To avoid Callista's suspicion, I quickly changed my clothes and went to the dining room first, trying to compose myself and act normal. A few minutes later, Kairos appeared, calm and collected, as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't just kissed me until I was breathless. Dinner proceeded normally until Callista furrowed her brow and looked at her brother with curiosity. "Kairos," she said, tilting her head, "why are your lips so red?" The question almost made me choke on my food. My heart nearly stopped. Kairos glanced at me, and in total panic, I reflexively kicked him under the table, hoping to warn or distract him. But his reaction was much quicker than I thought. With a smooth and calculated motion, he grabbed my ankle and held it under the table, his fingers teasing my skin as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Maybe it's because the food is spicy," he replied casually to Callista, his fingers pressing my ankle slowly, sending shivers up my leg. I nearly dropped my fork. The constant touch of his fingers shattered my concentration. Every subtle movement was a dangerous game, making it difficult to breathe, let alone act casual in front of Callista. "Spicy?" Callista frowned even deeper, clearly confused. "But we're eating grilled salmon and salad. There's nothing spicy here." Kairos shrugged while his fingers moved up slightly, grazing the bone of my ankle in a way that made me bite my lip to keep from reacting. The bastard was enjoying this. "Maybe I was wrong," he said flatly, though a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at me, a look promising trouble. I tried to pull my leg away, desperately wanting to escape his touch, but his grip tightened. Not enough to hurt, but just enough to keep me from moving, to remind me he was in control. Heat crept up from my ankle, and I felt my face turning completely red. "Sarah, are you okay?" Callista asked, looking at me in concern. "Your face is red." "I'm fine," I replied quickly, trying to smile as naturally as possible, even though it felt impossible. "Maybe the room is a little hot." Kairos finally let go of my ankle, but not before his fingers slowly, deliberately, and possessively traced my skin once more. I nearly sighed in relief or frustration. I wasn't sure which. Kailos's POV. I had no intention of revealing the truth, but seeing Seraphina's reaction made me want to tease her again. I liked how her cheeks flushed every time our eyes met, and how her heartbeat quickened whenever I was near her. There was something very satisfying about seeing her lose her composure. I moved closer to her, deliberately closing the distance between us. Under the table, my foot touched hers casually, a light touch that seemed accidental, but I knew exactly what I was doing. I enjoyed the tension radiating from her body and how she tried so hard not to show any reaction. "Are you okay, Seraphina?" I whispered just loud enough for her to hear. "You look tense." Her eyes widened, and I could smell her. The scent of her arousal was beginning to fill the air. The wolf inside me shifted restlessly, growling in my head for her. She was ours. Take her now. I wanted her too. The scent of her body was intoxicating, like wild flowers and summer rain with a touch of honey. Nothing had ever aroused such a strong reaction in me, not even my ex-girlfriend. Dinner felt like sweet torture. Every time I touched her, our arms brushing as we reached for bread, my fingers deliberately sweeping the back of her hand as I handed her a drink, I could feel her body tense. She wanted me as much as I wanted her, but she fought those feelings fiercely. When dinner finally ended, Seraphina stood up and ran as fast as she could, nearly tripping over her feet. My eyes followed her movements, enjoying the grace of her steps despite her haste. "Follow her! She's ours!" The wolf inside my head growled with passion. I snorted. "You know I'll do it." I waited a few minutes before following her scent. Every step I took was filled with caution. The wolf inside me was almost running, wanting to see her again. It didn't take long to reach her door. I stood for a moment, enjoying the sweet scent wafting through the wooden door. Her warm, inviting scent enveloped me, making me and the wolf inside me burn with desire. "We have to have her," the wolf inside me urged. "She's ours." My hand rose, ready to knock, no, to push the door open. I knew she wouldn't lock the door. Suddenly, my phone rang loudly, breaking the silence. Cursing under my breath, I pulled the phone out of my pocket, Mark's number, my old friend and alpha of the Stoneheart pack. "What?" I answered harshly. "Kairos, sorry to disturb your night, but we have a problem." Mark's voice sounded tense. "There's unusual movement from the Crimson Moon pack at the northern border. They're gathering in large numbers. We need to meet immediately to discuss strategy." I growled in frustration. The Crimson Moon pack, they'd been my pack's enemies for generations. If they were moving, it wasn't a good sign. "All right, I'll be there in 30 minutes. I hung up the phone, and the wolf inside me growled in frustration. Unsatisfied that its desires had been denied. "Not now," I tried to calm it down. Pack business came first. I glanced at Seraphina's closed door one last time. The temptation to ignore Mark's call was strong. But I was an alpha, and duty always came first. Reluctantly, I turned and started walking away. On the way to the car, the wolf inside me continued to growl, restless because its desire was unfulfilled. It wanted Seraphina, not just as an outlet for its lust, but as something more permanent. It wanted to mark Seraphina as our Luna. "We need her," the wolf inside me urged. "She's perfect. She's ours." "Shut up," I hissed. "You said the same thing about Jessica. Look at what happened." I reminded him painfully of Jessica's betrayal. The woman I thought was my soulmate only wanted status and power. When I caught her cheating on me with the alpha of another pack, my heart was broken. I swore I would never let myself get that attached to anyone again. But this time, the wolf inside me wouldn't give up, insisting that Seraphina was different. "She's not Jessica," the wolf inside me growled. "She's strong. She's honest. Her scent matches ours." I couldn't convince him, so I pushed him to the farthest corner of my mind as the car sped through the night. But even though I was focused on pack matters, my thoughts and senses were still filled with Seraphina. When I arrived at the meeting place, Mark was already waiting with a serious expression. But my mind was still on Seraphina in her room, and what might have happened if my phone hadn't rung. I knew I had to be careful. Seraphina had the power to destroy me, not physically, but emotionally. And I wasn't sure if I was ready to take that risk again. But as Mark began talking about the approaching threat, the wolf inside me kept whispering one name in my mind: Seraphina, Seraphina, Seraphina. And for the first time in years, I started to think, maybe, just maybe, that finding a true partner was worth fighting for despite all the risks. Kairos' POV. Mark's gaze suddenly narrowed as he studied my face, and a mischievous grin appeared. Wow, he said, sniffing the air dramatically. "You smell like a female wolf, and not just any female wolf. There's something special here." I ignored his teasing and got straight to the point. "Tell me about the Crimson Moon Pack's movements." Mark's expression turned serious in an instant. He took a map out of his bag and spread it on the old wooden table. "This is worrying, Kairos. The Crimson Moon Pack isn't moving alone. They appear to be in contact with the Blue Ridge Pack." My blood froze. The Blue Ridge Pack, where Darius was. Seraphina's former fiancé who had broken her heart. The wolf inside me went on high alert, growling in warning. "What do they want?" I asked, my voice lower and more dangerous. "It's unclear, but an alliance between the two packs isn't a good sign. They might be planning something big." Mark stared at me intently. "You know what this means, don't you? If they unite, their strength will surpass ours." My mind immediately drifted to Seraphina. Did she know about this? Did she need to be told that her former fiancé might be involved in something dangerous? Part of me wanted to protect her from this painful information, but another part knew she had a right to know. As we continued to discuss strategy, I noticed a beautiful female wolf sitting in the corner of the room, looking at me with a seductive gaze. She moved gracefully, trying to draw my attention with a sweet smile and calculated body movements. Usually, I might have been interested, but tonight, I felt nothing. My mind was filled with Seraphina, her sweet scent, the way she reacted to my touch, and how she had run from the dinner table as if I were a fire that would burn her. Mark noticed the distraction. He followed my gaze and chuckled. "You didn't even notice, Lydia," he said, nodding toward the female wolf. "You usually at least smile or say hello. You must be in love with someone." I didn't answer, but my mind drifted back to the moments I'd spent with Seraphina. How she acted as if she didn't want anything to do with me, yet her body reacted so strongly every time I touched her. The contradiction was driving me crazy. What did she really feel? What did she think of me? "She's complicated," I muttered without thinking. Mark grinned widely. "Ah, so there's someone. And she's complicated. That usually means she's worth fighting for." I glared at Mark, and he raised his hands in surrender. All right, back to pack business." But even as we continued discussing strategy, part of my mind kept wondering what Seraphina was doing in her room. Was she thinking about me the way I was thinking about her? Seraphina's POV. That dinner had completely thrown me off. Every touch from Kairos, every glance, and every whisper of his voice had made me almost lose control. I sat on the edge of the bed, still breathing heavily. What was happening to me? I wasn't an easily aroused teenager. I was a grown woman who had been heartbroken and promised herself she would never be easily charmed again. But Kairos, he was different. There was something about the way he looked at me, the way he touched me with such confidence yet gentleness. The wolf inside me growled with desire, urging me to surrender to what I was feeling. The tension that had built up throughout dinner finally released in waves of pleasure that made me bite my lip to hold back a moan. My body trembled, and for a moment I felt relieved. But then guilt struck. I had just fantasized about a man I didn't even know very well, a man who was probably playing with me, a man who probably had a hidden agenda. Exhaustion finally overcame the turmoil in my mind, and I fell asleep with Kailos's name still ringing in my ears. The next morning, I woke up with mixed feelings, ashamed of what I had done last night, but also curious if Kairos felt the same way. I got ready for the new day, trying to convince myself that I could act normal around him. But when I left my room and walked down the hallway, I ran into him. Kairos looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept all night. His shirt was slightly wrinkled, and his hair wasn't as neat as usual. He looked like he had just come back from somewhere. As he walked past me, I caught a scent that made me freeze, the scent of a female wolf. Not just one, but several. The scent clung to his body, mixed with his masculine scent. Had he just been with another female wolf? Several female wolves? That thought brought a bitter, painful ache to my chest. The wolf inside me growled with jealousy, wanting to mark him as ours. But I had no right to do that. We hadn't even decided what our relationship was. I wanted to confront him, to ask where he'd been last night and with whom, but I knew I had no right to do that. We weren't a couple, not even officially dating. This might be a good reminder not to get too involved. This might be a sign that I should keep my distance and protect my heart. After what Darius did to me, I wasn't sure I could have survived if Kairos betrayed me too. But as I watched his back walk away, something inside me screamed that I was wrong, that there was another explanation, and that the man who had almost made me lose control last night couldn't possibly have turned to another woman so quickly. Or maybe I was just hoping that was the case. With a heavy heart, I continued walking, trying to ignore the pain gnawing at my chest. But I knew that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get rid of this feeling easily. Kairos had gone too deep into my heart, and I didn't know how to get him out. Seraphina's POV. 2 hours before the party, Callista dragged me off to get ready. She had prepared everything enthusiastically. A professional makeup artist, a hairdresser, and even a stylist who brought sparkling accessories. "I'm sure you'll be the center of attention at the party," she said, directing me to sit at the dressing table. I was made up by the artist Callista had hired. My face was polished with sexy and sharp makeup, gray eyeshadow, bright red lips, and thick eyelashes that added to the glamorous look. "All done," said Callista, clapping her hands when she saw the result of my makeup. I held the dress Kairos had given me with mixed feelings, remembering what had happened a while ago, which made me smile unintentionally. But thinking about this morning, the scent of a female wolf still lingering on Kailos's body, made me angry. Did he choose this dress while thinking of another woman? Was all his attention to me just an act? "You look amazing," Callista exclaimed, clapping her hands. "But why do you look sad? Is something wrong?" I shook my head, not wanting to talk about Kairos. "Nothing. Let's go." The luxurious hotel we arrived at was crowded. We were about to enter the ballroom, which was decorated with pink ribbons and other luxurious, glamorous touches. However, as soon as we entered the main hall, Rachel's group blocked our way. They stood in a line, deliberately blocking the entrance with evil smiles on their faces. "Oh, look who's here," Rachel said sarcastically. "Seraphina." Callista stepped forward, her eyes sharp and dangerous. Her princess-like aura instinctively made the wolves around Rachel back away. "Move," she said in a low, threatening voice, "or I'll make you regret it." Rachel and her friends immediately stepped aside, not daring to challenge Callista's dominant aura. We walked past them with our heads held high. Jenny, the party hostess, greeted us warmly at the drinks table. She looked stunning in a sparkling gold dress. "Seraphina, I'm so glad you came," she said, hugging me. "You look amazing tonight. No wonder everyone is talking about you." "Talking about me?" I asked, confused. Jenny laughed lightly. "Of course, everyone is curious about you, especially after the rumors about you and Darius. But I know you're not the type to cheat." Mentioning Darius's name made my chest tighten. "I don't care about rumors, Jenny. I know who I am." "That's what I love about you," Jenny said, giving me a mischievous look. "Let's have some fun." After a few glasses of wine, I started to feel more relaxed. The music thumped as couples started dancing on the floor. The party was heating up. I decided to go to the restroom for a moment. As I walked through the quiet hotel corridor, I suddenly caught a familiar scent, a scent that made the wolf inside me stir. Vesper, what was she doing here? She emerged from behind a pillar, wearing a tight black dress that accentuated her curves. The manipulative smile I knew so well played on her lips. "Seraphina, my dear," she said in a sweet, fake voice. "I'm so glad to see you here." "What are you doing here, Vesper?" I asked warily. "You weren't invited." She laughed softly. "Oh, but I was invited. Darius invited me as his date for tonight." My heart raced, but not because of old love. It was anger and disgust. So, my guess had been right. They came together. "I don't care," I said as I walked past her. "You two deserve each other." When I returned to the party, I saw Rachel smiling cynically from across the room. She must have invited Darius to embarrass me. Her childish games only made her look stupid and pathetic. I tried to ignore them, turned away, and headed toward Callista, who was talking to other guests. But suddenly, the room was startled by a woman's scream. It was the hostess, Jenny. "My necklace is gone," she cried frantically, her voice trembling. "My grandmother's diamond necklace meant so much to me." Commotion erupted at once. The guests whispered to each other, and some began searching the area where Jenny had last been. The festive atmosphere grew tense and uncomfortable. "When did you last see it?" someone asked. "I was still wearing it when I greeted the first guests, but now it's gone," Jenny replied, clutching her empty neck. I noticed suspicious glances directed at several guests, including me. My heart began to pound. In situations like this, people tended to look for a scapegoat, and as a newcomer with a controversial background, I could easily become the target of accusations. Callista approached me and whispered, "This isn't good, Sarah. We need to be careful." Seraphina's POV. Suddenly, memories of what happened in the bathroom came flooding back. Vesper had rushed out of the toilet in a hurry, accidentally bumping into me and dropping the contents of her bag onto the floor. Among the scattered items, I saw a sparkling necklace, a very familiar necklace that was most likely Jenny's missing necklace. "Wait," I shouted, causing everyone to turn their attention to me. "I remember something." All eyes were on me, including Vesper, who suddenly looked pale. I stepped forward with confidence. Earlier in the restroom, Vesper rushed out and bumped into me. Her bag fell, and its contents spilled out, including a diamond necklace that looked exactly like the missing one. A tense silence filled the room. Jenny looked at me with hopeful eyes, while Vesper took a step back with a defensive expression. That's a lie," Vesper exclaimed, her voice trembling. "I would never steal! How could you accuse me like that?" She dramatically opened her bag and turned it upside down, spilling its contents onto the nearest table. "Look, search it if you want. There's no necklace here." Darius immediately stepped forward, shielding Vesper with a threatening posture. "Seraphina, enough. You can't accuse someone of something just because of personal grudges." However, Callista suddenly spoke up skeptically. "Wait a moment. Actually, that accusation makes sense, considering Vesper's history of, well, wanting other people's things." Vesper glared at Callista with burning eyes. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean," Callista replied coldly, then glanced at me. The situation was heating up. I knew that without physical evidence, this would be a war of words. But then I remembered something. "We can check the CCTV footage from the restroom area," I said calmly. "That will prove who's lying." Rachel suddenly let out a forced laugh. "Oh, unfortunately, the camera in the restroom area has been broken since yesterday. What an unfortunate coincidence." "Broken camera?" I laughed coldly, feeling the anger I had been holding back finally explode. How convenient. How perfect the timing was. "Broken camera?" I repeated sarcastically. "What an incredible coincidence, Rachel, as if all of this was planned out in advance." Rachel shrugged indifferently. "Coincidences do happen, Seraphina. Not everything in this world is a conspiracy." Something inside me snapped. All the frustration, all the humiliation, all the dirty tricks they'd played on me, it all reached a boiling point. I stepped closer to Rachel, moving with steady, determined steps. She was still smiling cynically, utterly unaware of the storm that was about to hit her. Without warning, I raised my hand and slapped Rachel hard across the cheek. The sound of the slap echoed in the suddenly silent room, and everyone gasped in shock. "You want to trap me?" I said in a low, dangerous voice, my eyes locked on hers, which were wide with shock. "Better make sure you can handle it first." Rachel held her red cheek, her mouth open in shock. For the first time since I'd known her, she looked completely shaken and didn't know what to do. You're crazy," Rachel accused. "No," I replied calmly, though adrenaline was still coursing through my veins. "I'm just tired of your childish games." The crowd around us began whispering excitedly. Some people pulled out their phones, likely to record or take photos. This drama was sure to be the talk of the town for weeks. Callista quickly appeared by my side, wrapping her arm protectively around my shoulder. "Maybe we should leave, Sarah," she whispered. But I wasn't done yet. I looked around the room, seeing the faces staring at me with a mix of fear, admiration, and gossip. "Listen carefully," I said in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "I'm sick of this cheap drama and intrigue. If anyone has a problem with me, face me directly. Don't hide behind devious plans and slander." Jenny, who had been silent all this time, finally stepped forward with a concerned expression. "Seraphina, I understand you're angry, but maybe we can resolve this more calmly?" "Calm?" I smiled bitterly. "Jenny, you're too kind to see what's really going on here. This isn't about a missing necklace. This is about an effort to humiliate me." Vesper, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up with a trembling voice. "Seraphina, I really didn't take the necklace. You have to believe me." I glared at her. "Then explain why you looked so panicked when I mentioned what happened in the bathroom earlier." Because you accused me in front of everyone," she protested. "Who wouldn't panic?" Darius stepped closer, his posture threatening. "Enough, Seraphina. You've gone too far. You hit Rachel, and now you're accusing Vesper without any proof." "Proof?" I laughed loudly. You want to talk about proof, Darius? As if you're some saint. The room grew increasingly tense. Some guests began to look uncomfortable and whispered about wanting to leave. Callista gently pulled my arm. Sarah, we've made a strong enough statement. Maybe it's time we leave with our heads held high. I looked around one last time, seeing faces that would remember this night for a long time. Rachel was still holding her cheek. Vesper was hiding behind Darius, and Jenny looked confused in the middle of the chaos at her party. All right, I finally said. But remember this, I won't stay silent anymore when I'm mistreated. The days when you could walk all over me are over. I turned to leave, but then stopped and turned back to Jenny. I'm sorry your party got ruined, Jen. You didn't deserve to be involved in this drama. Jenny nodded with teary eyes. I hope my necklace is found. It will be found, I said confidently. The truth always comes out in the end. Seraphina's POV. Just as we were about to leave, an Omega servant suddenly ran up to us, panting heavily. In his hand was a sparkling diamond necklace, Jenny's missing necklace. I'm sorry to disturb you, the servant said nervously, but I found this necklace in a bag left on the drinks table. He pointed at me. The bag with the initial S on it. Is that yours, miss? My heart stopped. My bag? How could the necklace be in my bag? A deafening silence filled the room. All eyes were on me, their expressions shifting from curiosity to suspicion and condemnation. I could feel the atmosphere in the room change drastically, from ordinary drama to a true scandal. Ah, so this was their real plan. They provoked me to lose my patience and slap Rachel so they could deal me this fatal blow. They wanted me to seem like someone who couldn't control herself, making the theft accusation easier to believe. Whispers began circulating among the crowd, low voices growing louder and more judgmental. I can't believe it. Did she really steal it? And she has the nerve to accuse someone else? What a hypocrite. Darius stepped forward with a triumphant expression. Well, look who's the real thief, he said in a cold, mocking tone. You pretended to be the victim, accused Vesper, even slapped Rachel, when you were the one who stole the necklace all along. Vesper hid behind Darius, but I could see the satisfaction sparking in her eyes. The faint smile on her lips showed how pleased she was that their plan had succeeded. Jenny looked at me with eyes filled with disappointment and hurt. Seraphina, why? If you liked the necklace, you could have asked or told me. Why did it have to be like this? Her words cut deeper than a scream of anger. Jenny was one of the few people who had always been kind to me, and now she was questioning my character. Jenny, I didn't. I started, but my voice caught in my throat. Didn't what? Didn't steal it? Rachel laughed sarcastically, holding her still red cheek. The proof is right in front of us. With a well-planned scheme, the three of them had worked together to expose me in public. Excellent. My hands were clenched with emotion, and everyone now believed I was a thief. Callista suddenly stepped forward with an intimidating aura, her eyes flashing with anger. What a pathetic plan, she said in a cold voice that made several people step back. An alpha princess stealing a necklace? Really? You think anyone will believe such nonsense? Rachel lifted her chin defiantly. The facts speak for themselves, Callista. The necklace was found in her bag. What else needs to be explained? What needs to be explained is how the necklace got into her bag, snapped Callista. Seraphina hasn't even touched the necklace since we arrived. Oh, so now you're accusing someone of planting it? Rachel laughed loudly. How convenient to always have an excuse for everything. They argued fiercely, their voices growing louder and attracting even more attention. The crowd grew bigger, with some people even pulling out their phones to record the unfolding drama. Jenny tried to calm the situation by raising her hand. Enough, enough. Maybe this is all just a big misunderstanding. Seraphina, if you apologize to Rachel and explain what really happened, we can resolve this peacefully. But without proof, how could I prove I was innocent? How could I explain something I didn't even understand myself? This was the perfect trap. No witnesses, no evidence, just the necklace found in my bag, and everyone eager to believe the worst about me. I felt a deep sense of despair creeping in. Maybe this was the end of my reputation, my relationship with Jenny, even my position in this community. Everything might be destroyed tonight. But suddenly, a cold, familiar voice cut through the chaos like a knife. She doesn't need to apologize to anyone. All heads turned toward the source of the voice, and my heart nearly stopped when I saw who was standing at the entrance to the room. Kairos. He stood tall with an alpha aura so powerful that everyone in the room instinctively took a step back. His usually warm eyes were now as cold as ice, and his jaw was clenched with restrained anger. He moved inside with fluid yet terrifying grace, each step echoing in the stunned silence. His dominant aura was so intense that some of the Omegas in the room began to tremble in fear. Kairos, I whispered, barely believing he was really here. His eyes met mine briefly, and I saw something that startled me. Not disappointment or doubt, but unwavering trust and burning anger to protect me. He stopped in the middle of the room, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a stare that silenced everyone. I'll say it again, she won't apologize to anyone. Seraphina's POV. He walked toward me steadily, and the crowd automatically parted as if an invisible force pushed them back. No one dared to block his path. Kairos stopped beside me, giving me a sense of security I hadn't felt in a long time. Calmly but loud enough for everyone to hear, he said, "The necklace is actually in Vesper's bag." She put it in Seraphina's bag while everyone was distracted by the drama they created. Total silence. Vesper took a step back, her face pale. That's not true," she protested, her voice trembling. "How can you say something like that without proof?" Kairos smiled coldly. "Proof?" He took out his cell phone and showed it to the crowd. "I had my beta investigate all the surveillance cameras in this hotel. And do you know what we found?" He played the video on his cell phone. Although the quality wasn't very clear because it was taken from a distance, the video clearly showed Rachel and Vesper whispering near the drinks table, and then Vesper was seen putting something into a bag. My bag. "The camera in the bathroom might be broken," Kairos said mockingly, "but this hotel has dozens of other cameras in public areas." I saw Rachel and Vesper's faces turn as pale as corpses. Their eyes widened with fear and panic, and they couldn't hide it. Amazingly, when I looked closer, Kailos's suit matched mine perfectly in style and color, both in elegant shades of champagne and gold. Did he plan this from the start? No, I told myself not to get carried away by this famous playboy. Maybe it was a coincidence, or he always dressed so neatly. As the evidence unfolded in front of everyone, Rachel and Vesper started to lose control. Instead of uniting to face the situation, they blamed each other. "This was all his idea," Rachel shouted, pointing at Vesper. "He told us to frame Seraphina. I was following his plan." "What?" Vesper replied loudly. "You're the one who said we should make Seraphina look bad. You're the one who told me to put the necklace in her bag." "Both of you are wrong," Rachel shouted in frustration. "But you're the one who took the necklace from Jenny. And you're the one who planned everything. You're the one who said the camera in the bathroom would be turned off." Their ugly faces were now clearly visible. All the masks of elegance and lies they wore were shattered into pieces, revealing their manipulative and cruel nature. Darius, silent and stiff, watched Vesper's defense crumble, finally trying to save the situation. "Wait, there must be a misunderstanding," he began, stepping forward to defend Vesper. But Kairos cut him off with a gaze that could freeze fire. "Misunderstanding?" His voice was low and dangerous. "The only misunderstanding here is letting the three of you think you could play games with Seraphina without consequences." Kailos's alpha aura grew stronger, causing Darius, also an alpha, to step back instinctively. This was a rare display of dominance, and everyone in the room could feel the significant difference in power between the two. "Kairos, don't pretend to care about her," Darius said, his voice losing its confidence. "We all know your reputation with women." "My reputation?" Kairos laughed coldly. "At least I don't need to trap innocent women to satisfy my fragile ego." The situation grew more tense when Beta Kairos, a tall man in a sharp black suit, suddenly entered the room with several hotel security guards. "Alpha," the Beta Archer said, bowing politely, "we've contacted the authorities. They're on their way here." He bowed his head after glancing at his daughter Rachel for a moment. Perhaps he was ashamed of his daughter's actions. "Father." Rachel's voice was soft and whispering, realizing that her father would not help her. Vesper immediately went hysterical upon hearing that. "No, this isn't fair. We didn't commit any serious crimes. Slander, theft, and conspiracy to ruin someone's reputation. Beta Kalos said flatly. That's serious enough in the eyes of the law. Jenny, who had been silent in shock, finally spoke tremblingly. Seraphina, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have accused you. I turned to her with teary eyes. It's okay, Jenny. They were very clever in planning all of this. Finally, when the police arrived, Darius and Vesper were taken away in handcuffs. Vesper cried hysterically, while Darius still tried to maintain what was left of his dignity by walking upright despite his pale face. Rachel, thanks to Beta Archer's plea for mercy, who said she was still young and might have been influenced by others, was only sentenced to house arrest and a large fine. As the crowd began to disperse and whispers shifted from condemnation to sympathy, I finally breathed a sigh of relief for the first time this long night. Seraphina's POV. As we left the hotel, we left behind all the disgusting drama as well. I took a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill my lungs. Finally, I felt free. Callista, my best friend, walked beside me with slow steps, her head downcast and face gloomy. Maybe she felt guilty, especially when I noticed a tear at the corner of her eye. However, I found it almost amusing. She looked like a child who had accidentally done something wrong and felt guilty about it. Seraphina, I'm so sorry, she said in a soft voice almost lost in the night wind. I dragged you into this mess. I just wanted to help you relax and have fun. But instead, her voice trailed off and she shook her head in frustration. I stopped walking and turned to her with a warm smile. Despite the unexpected drama of the night, something inside me felt grateful. Maybe it was finally time for the truth to come out. Callista, I said, gently touching her arm, in the end, everything is okay, isn't it? The truth came out. Vesper and Rachel got what they deserved, and I managed to clear my name in front of everyone. Maybe it was time. After all, without tonight, I would never have known how many people supported me. Callista looked at me with sparkling eyes, quickly wiping away her tears. Her expression completely changed, and she was already smiling with rosy cheeks. You're the best, she said, clasping both hands to her chest. You can always see the positive side of every problem. I love that about you. I just smiled, and soon we arrived at the parking lot and stood in front of Kailos's luxurious car. We should have continued to get in and head home, but suddenly Callista grabbed my hand and gave me a mischievous smile. Oh, sorry, Seraphina and Kairos. She glanced at her brother, who was just about to open the car door. I'm really sorry, but I can't come with you guys. Her tone was deliberately dramatic, even though acting wasn't her strength. What was she up to now? I just remembered I have an important matter to attend tonight, something really urgent, and it can't be postponed until tomorrow. She looked from me to Kairos, her smile impossible to hide. You two go home together, okay? I'm sure you'll be fine. She deliberately left Kairos and me alone. I stared at Callista, wondering what was wrong. There was something unusual in her expression, but just as I was about to ask her, she suddenly let go of my hand and ran toward a taxi at the end of the street. Be careful on the road, both of you, she shouted in a high-pitched voice, but it sounded more like a threat to my ears. She quickly got into the taxi and drove off, leaving Kairos and me alone. Oh well, now I had to face Kairos alone. I took a deep breath, then turned to Kairos, who was standing at the door with a smile I couldn't quite interpret. Maybe a mischievous smile? His eyebrows rose and fell as he winked at me. With a gentle movement, he opened the door for me. I guess we should go home together, I said awkwardly, feeling the situation suddenly become more intimate than I had expected. I don't mind at all, he replied with a soft smile that made my heart race. I might even prefer it this way. As we settled into the luxurious car with its soft leather interior and subtle masculine scent, silence wrapped around us. The smooth hum of the engine blended with soft jazz music from the premium speakers, creating a calm atmosphere. I stared out the window, watching the city lights twinkle like tiny stars, trying to ignore the fact that Kairos sat so close to me. The elegant notes of his cologne mixed with his natural masculine scent, creating an almost intoxicating blend. After a few awkward minutes of silence, I finally gathered the courage to speak. Kairos, I said softly, my voice more delicate than I had expected. Thank you for everything tonight. Without you, I don't know what might have happened. You showed up at the right time. You helped me when I was humiliated and falsely accused. Thank you." He leaned back in the plush leather seat, his dark eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me equally nervous and captivated. "Thank you isn't enough, Seraphina," he said in a low voice that sent shivers down my spine. "I want something more tangible in return." My body tensed instantly, alarm bells going off in my head. I knew his reputation with women, how easily he enchanted them, but never stayed. I wouldn't be the next victim of this famous playboy. "Kairos," I said firmly, trying to keep my voice steady despite my racing heart. "I'm not that kind of woman. I won't get caught up in your games." He laughed, the sound deep and warm in my ears despite my attempts to resist his charm. "Seraphina," he said, turning to me with a sincere expression, quite different from his usual playful look. "After the bar last night, I went straight to the office to handle some major group matters until morning, meetings with foreign investors, combing through important contracts and endless documents to sign. Not with anyone else like you thought." My heart seemed to skip a beat, and the world almost stood still as his words sank in. I realized I had misunderstood him, deeply. The perfume I had smelled on his shirt that morning wasn't from another woman. Maybe it had come from the meeting room or a secretary who happened to pass by. I stammered, my face burning with embarrassment over the baseless suspicion I had held. You thought I spent the night with another woman," he finished gently. "I saw the jealousy in your eyes this morning, Seraphina, and for some reason, it made me happy." Kairos caught my reaction and slowly leaned closer, shifting his body on the seat so that the space between us became even smaller. I could feel his powerful, dominant presence, and his masculine scent, calming yet intoxicating, overwhelmed my senses. "Are you jealous, Seraphina?" he whispered in my ear, his warm breath grazing my skin and sending shivers down my spine. His voice was like silk, low and smooth, making every breath difficult. "No," I denied quickly, but I knew my voice sounded unconvincing. My ears must have been red, betraying the feelings I was struggling to hide. Trying desperately to steer the conversation away from this nerve-wracking topic, I asked, trembling, "By the way, why is your outfit so perfectly matched to mine? The champagne and gold colors, even down to the details." A familiar, mischievous smile appeared on his perfect lips. "I did it on purpose. I wanted us to look like the perfect couple." His warm breath still lingered near my ear as he spoke, my heart pounding loudly like a relentless drum. My body felt like it was electrified. I had never experienced this kind of physical reaction to anyone before. Luckily, before things became too intense and I completely lost control, the car slowly stopped in front of my house. The warm glow from the porch lights welcomed us, like a beacon saving me from the storm of emotions inside me. I almost jumped out of the car, desperate to escape the tense, electric air. "Good evening, Kairos," I said quickly, my voice a little tense, before running to the door like Cinderella fleeing before midnight. "Good evening, Seraphina," he replied in a comforting and affectionate voice. "Sweet dreams." In my room, I flopped dramatically onto my bed, my heart still pounding as if I had just run a marathon. I placed my hands over my chest, trying to calm my wild and uncontrollable heartbeat. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone and opened the memo app I used to record my feelings for Kairos. It was my way of keeping score, which might sound childish but had become very helpful. When the score reached 100, I would finally confess my love to him. Feelings score for Kairos. Base score, 30 points. Strongest alpha in the area, 10 points. Handsome like a Greek god, 10 points. Loyal with dedication and responsibility, 10 points. Tonight's bonus, plus 5 points. Defended me heroically in front of everyone, plus 3 points. Beautiful dress, a very thoughtful gift, 2 points. Additional considerations tonight. Clarified misunderstanding about perfume and showed honesty, 10 points. Current total, 45 points. I stared at the number with mixed feelings, surprise, happiness, and perhaps a little fear. It was already 45 points, only 55 more to reach recognition. Was I truly falling for that notorious alpha playboy? Or was all this just momentary fascination that would eventually fade away? Seraphina's POV. News of the party incident spread quickly among the members of the elite group. Within days, the entire wolf community knew about the scandal involving the heir to the Blue Ridge pack, Darius, who had left his alpha fiancée, Seraphina of the Moonwhisper pack, for an ordinary Omega woman named Vesper. Even more shocking was that he had dared to challenge the heir of the Night Veil pack, Kairos, in doing so. I sat on the balcony, sipping warm chamomile tea and listening to the whispers carried by the wind from the family garden. The servants murmured in awe and horror about how the pride of the Blue Ridge pack had been shattered overnight. "Darius's father is furious," whispered one servant to another. "He's so angry that his blood vessels burst. Now he's in the hospital with a mild stroke." I smiled slightly at the news. Karma works in mysterious ways. Callista came to visit me in the afternoon with a beaming face and a bag full of groceries. She jumped dramatically onto the living room sofa. "Seraphina, you have to hear the latest gossip," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Darius's father called that idiot to break up with Vesper, but he refused vehemently. He even said he would give up his title as heir rather than leave that Omega girl." I set my teacup down slowly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction wash over me. "Really? How romantic," I said sarcastically. "True love conquers all." "What's even more ridiculous," Callista continued, pulling out her phone, "is that people are now gossiping about you being abandoned and betrayed. They say you must be heartbroken and suffering." I burst out laughing when I heard that. "They don't know that I actually feel like I've been freed from shackles," I said, stretching my body. "I no longer have to worry about that torturous political marriage." That night, my father gathered all the family members in the meeting room. His face was as hard as granite, his alpha aura radiating such power that the air felt heavy. Even my usually calm mother looked tense. "Starting today," my father said, his voice echoing throughout the room, "any group that sides with the Blue Ridge pack will be considered an enemy of the Moonwhisper pack. Our alliance with them is officially over, and they will face the consequences of their insult to our daughter." Shortly after the announcement, Darius's mother, Luna Soraya, arrived with swollen eyes and a pale face. She knelt before my father, pleading with a trembling voice. "Alpha Bastion, please reconsider this decision," she begged, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My son was wrong, but don't destroy our entire group. We've been like family for years." My father looked at her with a cold stare I had never seen before. "Family doesn't betray family, Luna Soraya. Your son has made his choice. Now he must face the consequences." 3 days later, Callista invited me to celebrate the downfall of our enemy at an exclusive club in the city center. The place was filled with deafening electronic music and flashing neon lights in various colors. We reserved a VIP table on the second floor overlooking the dance floor. "To freedom and justice," Callista shouted, raising her champagne glass high. "To karma finally coming," I replied, clinking my glass against hers. We laughed loudly, feeling intoxicating euphoria. The thumping bass mixed with alcohol began to take effect on our bodies. For the first time in months, I felt truly free and happy. But our happiness didn't last long. Suddenly, the VIP area doors swung open. Darius burst in with red eyes and a disheveled face. His hair was messy, his shirt was wrinkled, and the smell of alcohol was overpowering. He looked like someone who hadn't slept in days. "Seraphina!" he shouted hoarsely. The club's security guards chased after him, but he had already made his way into our area. Callista immediately stood in front of me in a protective stance. "Get out of here, Darius," she hissed. "You weren't invited." But Darius ignored her and approached me with fiery eyes. He tried to grab my wrist roughly, but I managed to dodge him quickly. "You," he pointed at me with a trembling finger. "This is all your fault. You made your father fight our group for revenge. You can't accept the fact that I chose Vesper over you, you arrogant bastard." I stared at him with a cold gaze, feeling the anger I'd been holding back begin to boil. "Revenge?" I repeated sarcastically. "You think too highly of yourself, Darius. I don't even care enough to seek revenge." "Liar," he shouted louder. "If it weren't for you, my parents wouldn't be in the hospital. My father wouldn't have had a stroke. You ruined my family's life." He stepped closer, his eyes burning with pure hatred. "You're not even a tenth of Vesper. She's gentle, kind-hearted, and never manipulative like you. No wonder I chose her." Those words should have hurt me, but strangely, I only felt empty. No pain, no hurt, just an odd emptiness, almost soothing. But Callista couldn't hold back. With a quick, startling movement, she grabbed the empty champagne bottle from the table and smashed it into Darius's head with a loud crack. Crash! Glass shards scattered across the floor, and blood began to flow from Darius's head. He staggered, his eyes spinning before finally collapsing to the floor. Callista! I shouted in shock. He deserved it, she replied, her breath labored. No one should insult my friend like that. I stared at Darius's lifeless body on the floor, blood flowing from the wound on his head and forming a small pool. Strangely, I didn't feel sad at all. In my previous life, he had left me to die in a deliberate fire. He watched me suffer without lifting a finger to help. This champagne bottle blow, it wasn't even a tenth of the revenge he deserved. Minutes passed, and Darius didn't move. The pool of blood beneath his head grew larger, and his face began to turn pale like a corpse. Callista, I said softly, he's losing a lot of blood. Callista kicked Darius's leg with the tip of her shoe. Is he dead? She asked, her voice almost hopeful. I knelt beside him and checked his pulse at his neck. His heartbeat was weak, but still there, and his breathing was shallow but steady. He's still breathing, I said, standing up, but he needs medical help immediately. The club staff, who finally dared to enter after the situation calmed down, panicked upon seeing Darius's condition. They immediately called an ambulance while trying to stop the bleeding with clean towels. As the ambulance sirens began to sound in the distance, Callista and I prepared to leave. Our exciting night was ruined, but for some reason, I felt satisfied. Do you know the most ironic part? I asked Callista as we left the club. What? Now all three of their families are in the hospital. Darius's father because of a stroke, Vesper because of a legal case that stressed him out, and now Darius himself because of his head injury. Callista stopped walking and looked at me with sparkling eyes. You're right. This is truly karma, isn't it? I nodded slowly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction flooding my chest. Karma works in its own way, and sometimes it needs a little help from human hands. As we walked toward the car, I couldn't help but let a small smile curve my lips. This second life had given me the chance to see the people who had hurt me get their comeuppance. And this was just the beginning. Seraphina's POV. The incident with Darius should have ruined the mood. I was ready to go home. The satisfaction of seeing karma at work was enough entertainment for one night. But Callista had other plans. It's not time to go home yet, she said, pulling my arm as I reached for my bag. I have something interesting to do until late tonight. I raised an eyebrow. What? Where do you want to go? Her expression darkened slightly. Kairos is sending me for training tomorrow, an intensive program that will keep me away for months. She forced a bright smile. So tonight is my last night of freedom, and I want to spend it with my best friend. The honesty in her voice made me reconsider. Callista had always been there for me, especially during Darius's trials. I could spare a few more hours if she needed one last night of fun before being sent away by her controlling brother. All right, I agreed, but no more champagne bottles as weapons. She laughed, the tension melting from her shoulders. Deal. But I have a surprise for you. Callista led me to another private room that seemed reserved beforehand. This room was more luxurious, with soft velvet sofas arranged around a small stage area. Soft ambient light illuminated everything in a warm golden glow. Close your eyes, she commanded with a mischievous smile. I obeyed her orders, even though part of me was curious about what she had planned. The sound of doors opening and closing echoed, followed by footsteps and the scent of masculine perfume slowly approaching me. Open your eyes now. When I did, my eyes widened in shock. A group of extremely handsome male models entered the room, each more captivating than the last. They wore tight black outfits, leaving little to the imagination, their muscular bodies on display. Callista, I hissed, feeling heat spread to my cheeks. What is this? Entertainment, she said, sitting down on the sofa next to me with a satisfied smile. You've been through a rough time with Darius. You deserve to enjoy what a real man is like. As if on cue, sensual music began to play from hidden speakers. The models moved with mesmerizing grace, their bodies swaying to the rhythm as they began their performance. Every movement was designed to highlight their impressive physiques, broad shoulders tapering to slim waists and abs that looked carved from marble. Keep watching, Callista whispered, nudging me with her elbow. Touch them. Feel those muscles. I can't, I protested, though my eyes remained fixed on the scene before me. Why not? You're single now. You can do whatever you want. One of the models, a tall, dark-haired man with piercing blue eyes, approached our sofa. His chest was bare, revealing perfectly sculpted muscles that seemed to ripple with every breath he took. It's okay, he said softly, his voice like warm honey. We don't bite unless you want us to. Callista almost pushed me forward. Don't be shy, Seraphina. When else will you get a chance like this? Hesitantly, I reached out, my fingers barely touching the model's stomach. His skin was warm and taut, the muscles beneath like steel wrapped in silk. Despite my embarrassment, I had to admit it felt good, very good. Encouraged by my reaction, another model approached, this one even more captivating than the first. His golden hair shimmered in the light, and his green eyes seemed to pierce my soul. Without waiting for permission, he gently pressed my hand against his chest. Your hands are so soft, he whispered, moving closer until I could feel his breath on my ear. Maybe we could exchange numbers? Meet somewhere more private? My heart raced. The suggestion hung between us, filled with meaning I wasn't sure I was ready to accept. Part of me was curious. When was the last time I did something spontaneous or exciting? But another part felt overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Before I could respond, the door to our private room suddenly swung open. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees as Kairos filled the doorway. His calm expression was replaced by something dark and dangerous, his silver eyes flashing with emotions I couldn't identify. The air trembled with his alpha presence, so intense that everyone in the room instinctively stepped back. I felt like a deer caught in headlights, my hands still pressed against the model's chest. Guilt flooded me, though I didn't understand why. I hadn't done anything wrong, had I? Everyone out, now. Kairos' voice was soft but deadly, yet it carried the unquestionable authority of someone accustomed to absolute obedience. The models didn't need to be told twice. They grabbed their things and left quickly, avoiding eye contact with the intimidating figure at the door. The blonde man who had been flirting with me seemed to want to say something, but one look at Kairos' face made him change his mind. Callista stood up slowly, her usual confidence gone. Kairos, what are you doing here? I thought. Pack your things, he cut her off, his eyes never leaving me. You're leaving tomorrow morning, early. But, no arguments, Callista. You've had your fun. Go now. I watched as my friend reluctantly gathered her things. She shot me an apologetic glance before heading for the door, then paused. Be careful, she whispered, though I didn't know if the warning was for me or her brother. And then we were alone. Silence stretched between us, heavy and tense. Kairos stood near the door, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. When he finally moved, his steps were predatory, like a wolf stalking its prey. Why are you here? I asked softly. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he crossed the room with measured steps, each bringing him closer, until I was pushed into the corner of the sofa with nowhere to retreat. He was so close now that I could see the dark silver flecks in his eyes, smell the intoxicating scent of pine, and sense something unique about him. My heart was pounding so loudly that I was sure he could hear it. Without warning, he grabbed my hand, the same hand that had just touched the model moments earlier. His fingers were long and strong as they intertwined with mine, and I hissed at the contact. Is this what you want? He asked in a low, rough voice. Before I could ask what he meant, he pressed my palm against his stomach. The contact sent an electric current spreading throughout my body. Where the models looked impressive, Kairos was breathtakingly beautiful. His muscles felt like carved stone beneath my palm, warm, strong, and utterly masculine. But it wasn't just the physical sensation. Something else made my breath catch and my heart race. His empty hand rose to hold my face, tilting it so I was forced to look into his intense eyes. Am I not enough for you? He whispered, tracing my lower lip. The question hung between us, heavy with meaning I was only beginning to understand. This wasn't just about models or tonight's entertainment. This was about something deeper that had grown between us that I was too afraid to admit. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came out. How could I explain that I hadn't even realized what I was searching for until this moment? Kairos' POV. That night, I sat in the back corner of a fancy bar with Mark. sipping a glass of aged whiskey while discussing the increasingly tense situation with the Crimson Moon Pack. The dim lighting and hushed whispers of the patrons created the perfect atmosphere for our sensitive conversation. "No suspicious movements yet," Mark reported, his voice barely audible. "But our intelligence indicates they're planning something. The question is when and where they'll strike." I stirred the amber liquid in my glass, considering our options. "What about border patrols?" "Doubled as you requested, but Kairos." Mark leaned forward, his expression serious. "I still think sending Callista for training now might be too soon. She could be useful here." "She could also be a target," I replied bluntly. "My sister's safety is non-negotiable." Mark nodded, understanding the firmness in my voice. We both knew that family always came first. The Crimson Moon gang wouldn't hesitate to use her against me if they got the chance. Our conversation was interrupted when a female wolf approached our table. She was wearing very little, leaving nothing to the imagination, her movements deliberately seductive as she swayed her hips. Her long auburn hair fell over her shoulders, and her green eyes sparkled with a clear invitation. "Hello, Alpha," she hissed, leaning against our table in a way that accentuated her curves. "You look lonely. Can I keep you company?" I didn't even look up from my drink. "I'd rather not." She persisted, running her fingers along the edge of the table. "Come on, don't be so stiff. I promise I can make you have fun." "Alpha already said no," Mark interjected, but I could see the excitement in his eyes. When she finally left with a disappointed look, Mark laughed and shook his head. "Most wolves would kill for that kind of attention." I shot him a sarcastic glance. "Most wolves don't have standards." "Standards, or are you still obsessed with Jessica?" His question was casual, but I could hear the worry in his voice. Anger flashed so quickly that the glass in my hand cracked. Mark immediately noticed my reaction and raised his hands in surrender. Calm down, I was just asking." "Don't talk about it anymore," I warned, my voice soft and deadly. "She means nothing to me anymore. I consider her dead." I wouldn't be swayed by someone who had betrayed everything I believed in. The memory of lost loyalty still made the wolf inside me growl with anger and wounded pride. Mark wisely changed the subject to packing, but my attention wandered. The conversation felt monotonous. We'd been going over the same things repeatedly for the past few weeks. My mind was restless, craving action instead of endless planning. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through messages distractedly. There was one from Callista, sent about an hour ago. She often shared videos of her wild nights out to show off or make me worry. As her older brother, I tried not to interfere too much in her social life, but I couldn't help hoping she'd eventually find someone and settle down. But when I opened the video, every muscle in my body tensed. The footage showed Callista entering what looked like a private club room, but she wasn't alone. Seraphina was there, looking stunning in a black dress that hugged her curves. The wolf inside me stirred at the sight of her, but that feeling quickly turned to pure anger as I watched the scene unfold. Male models. Half-naked male models paraded around like peacocks, flaunting their bodies for my mate's entertainment. My mate. The thought hit me like a bolt of lightning, but I didn't have time to analyze it. On the screen, I watched in horror as one of them approached Seraphina, saw him take her hand and press it against his chest. The intimate gesture blurred my vision with rage. The wolf inside me roared, a primal sound full of anger and territorial claim. How dare they touch what was mine? How dare they even look at her with those hungry eyes? "Kairos," Mark's voice echoed from afar. "What's wrong? You look like you're about to change." I was already standing, the chair scraping roughly across the floor. "I have to go." "Go where? Kairos, what?" But I was already moving, pushing through the crowded bar with restrained violence. Anyone smart enough to recognize an alpha on the brink of losing control quickly stepped aside. The drive to the club was a blur of city lights and grinding teeth. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my skin protested. Every second that passed was another second those bastards had what was mine. I didn't bother with manners or proper entry procedures when I arrived at the club. I stepped past the bouncer with such authority that he didn't even have time to stop me. The scent of her perfume led me to a private room upstairs. I didn't knock. The door burst open under my kick, echoing through the room like a gunshot. The sight before me confirmed my worst fears. Seraphina sat on the plush sofa, her hands pressed against the chest of a young man with golden hair who was leaning in to whisper in her ear. The beast within me roared for blood. But I forced myself to stay calm. Almost. When the moment came, my voice was silent but deadly, containing enough alpha command to make everyone in the room instinctively submit. Everyone out, now. The models scrambled to gather their things and flee, their survival instincts finally kicking in. This was good. They had to be afraid. The golden-haired boy who had touched my partner hesitated for a moment, as if he were foolish enough to argue. One look at my face changed his mind. He almost ran for the door. Callista stood up slowly, her usual confidence gone. She knew she had crossed the line. "Kairos, what are you doing here?" I thought. "Pack your things." I cut her off, my eyes fixed on Seraphina. "You're leaving tomorrow morning, early." "But—" "No arguments, Callista. You've had enough fun. Now go." My sister reluctantly gathered her things, casting an apologetic glance at Seraphina before heading for the door. She stopped beside me. "Be careful," she whispered, though I wasn't sure if the warning was meant for me or for Seraphina. And then we were alone. I stayed near the door for a moment, letting the wolf inside me calm down a little. The scent of another male still lingered in the air, making my teeth grind. But beneath it all was Seraphina's intoxicating aroma, jasmine and moonlight, with a touch of something uniquely hers. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice barely audible. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I slowly crossed the room, enjoying how her eyes widened as I approached. She pressed herself into the corner of the sofa, but there was nowhere for her to go. Perfect. I stopped when I was close enough to see the golden flecks in her dark eyes, close enough to hear her rapid heartbeat. The scent of her arousal was faint but unmistakable, mingling with her nervousness in a combination that made the wolf inside me growl with satisfaction. Without warning, I reached out and captured the hand that had touched the bastard's chest. Her fingers were smooth in mine, soft and warm, perfect. "Is this what you want?" I asked, pressing her palm against my stomach. The contact sent an electric current through our bodies. I could see it in the way her breath caught, and feel it in the subtle tremors coursing through her body. Her hands were small on my chest, but their heat burned through the fabric of my shirt. I lifted the other hand to hold her face, tilting it so she was forced to look into my eyes. Her skin felt like silk under my thumb as I traced her lower lip. "Am I not enough for you?" The question came out rougher than I intended, filled with more vulnerability than I wanted to show. But as I looked at her, seeing how her pupils dilated, her lips parted slightly, and how she seemed to melt under my touch, I realized something that should have scared me. I wanted her to fall in love with me. But somewhere along the way, I had fallen in love with her just as deeply. That thought should have made me step back and remember my cold plan for revenge. But instead, it made me want to pull her closer, kiss her lips, and show her what she was missing with those weak men. But I forced myself to stay calm. This was about making her want me, not the other way around. Even if the line was getting blurrier by the second, Seraphina's POV. When Kairos' lips touched mine, my whole world spun. The kiss was completely different from the hesitant, almost obligatory kisses I had given Darius during our engagement. This was sincere, loving, and deeply possessive. The yearning in my heart didn't want to let it go. I felt as if I were flying, floating until my knees grew weak. His scent took my breath away, intoxicating me with its blend of cedar and wine. His touch reminded me of that night, our first intimate and irresistible encounter, just like today. My heart was pounding so hard that every nerve in my body trembled. His hands explored every inch of my body. The warmth of his touch made my blood race, and I loved it. Damn, maybe I was already addicted to every touch of his skin. I wanted it again, desperately. My hands clenched his shirt, pulling him closer as I kissed him back with equal passion. It felt right in a way I had never experienced before. Natural, inevitable. But as I was completely lost in the sensation, he suddenly pulled away. I stared at him in confusion, my breath coming in gasps. His silver eyes were dark with desire, but there was something else, conflict, maybe even regret. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice rough as he stepped back. "I shouldn't have. Maybe I crossed the line. His words hit me like a splash of cold water, clearing the fog in my head. Crossed the line? After a kiss like that, he was worried about crossing the line. You don't need to apologize, I managed to say, trying to keep my voice steady despite the disappointment weighing on my chest. Things like this happen. That was a lie, of course. A kiss like that didn't just happen. It came from weeks of tension building up, from attraction simmering beneath the surface, whether I wanted to admit it or not. But I could play along if he wanted to pretend this was nothing. Kairos pulled out his phone and made a quick call. "I'll have my driver take you home," he said without looking at me. "It's late." And just like that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the private room, with the lingering scent of his cologne and the taste of his lips still on mine. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to process what had just happened. The way he kissed me, the intensity in his eyes, none of it suggested he was acting on impulse. But then he pulled away as though I had burned him, apologized and sent me home as if I were a burden to be discarded. The mixed signals were making my head spin. When the driver arrived, I gathered what was left of my dignity and allowed myself to be escorted to the waiting car. The ride back to Night Vale Pack House was silent, giving me too much time to replay every moment of the night. When I stepped through the front door, I had almost convinced myself I was overreacting. Kairos was an alpha. He was probably used to getting any woman he wanted whenever he wanted her. The fact that I had responded so eagerly probably just amused him. That thought made my cheeks flush with embarrassment. I was almost at my room when Callista appeared in the doorway. She was still wearing her club clothes, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How was it?" she asked, bouncing on her toes. "What happened after I left? You two look like you were about to eat each other." "Nothing happened," I said quickly, maybe too quickly. Callista's eyes narrowed. "Seraphina, I know my brother, and I know the look he gets when he wants something. Something happened." I sighed, knowing she wouldn't let it go until she got an answer. "He kissed me. That's all." "That's all?" She looked shocked. "My very controlled and unemotional brother kissed you, and you think that doesn't mean anything?" "He stopped," I admitted reluctantly. "In the middle of the kiss, apologized, and sent me home with his driver." Callista stared at me intently. Then her expression turned almost suspicious. "He stopped? In the middle?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. "Huh." She tapped her finger on her lips thoughtfully. "That's unusual." "What do you mean?" "I mean, Kairos isn't known for holding back when it comes to women he's interested in. If he stopped, there must be a reason." She paused, studying my face carefully. "Unless, oh my God, is he impotent?" "Callista!" I hissed, my cheeks burning. "No, of course not." The words slipped out before I could stop them, and I immediately regretted it. Callista's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. "Oh, really? And how exactly do you know that?" I turned away, busying myself with hanging up my jacket. He doesn't." Luckily, Callista seemed to realize she'd gone too far. Okay, I'll stop. But Seraphina?" I turned back to her. "My brother never does anything without a reason. If he stopped, it's not because he doesn't want you." After she left, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her words echoing in my mind. What possible reason could he have for pulling away? And more importantly, why did I care so much? The next morning, as I ate eggs, my phone rang. My father's name appeared on the screen, and I answered with a smile. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, dear. I called to see how you're doing. When are you planning to come home?" It was a simple question, one I should have answered easily. But as I opened my mouth to respond, I felt someone's gaze on me. I turned and saw Kairos staring at me intensely from across the table. His silver eyes were fixed on mine with an intensity that made my heart race. Those eyes seemed to be asking me something I couldn't quite understand, and suddenly all my thoughts flew out of my mind. I stammered, completely forgetting what my father had asked. There are some things I need to take care of here first." "Seraphina, are you okay? You sound distracted." "I'm fine, Dad. I have to go. I'll call you later, okay?" I hung up before he could answer, my pulse pounding. Across the table, Kairos was still staring at me with that unreadable look. Back in my room, I paced back and forth, trying to untangle my jumbled thoughts. Should I go home? Part of me wanted to. The comfort of my familiar family seemed so much easier than facing the complicated mess here. But another part of me, the part I didn't want to look at too closely, wasn't ready to leave. Despite the confusion and conflicting signals and the way Kairos had pushed me away last night, I wanted to stay. It was ridiculous. I barely knew him, and what I did know suggested he was exactly the complicated, emotional man I should avoid. A soft knock interrupted my internal debate. "Come in," I called, thinking it would be Callista. Instead, Kairos entered, and my breath caught. His casual breakfast clothes were gone. He wore a dark gray suit fitting him as if it had been tailored, which it probably had. His dark hair was neatly combed, and he looked as if he had stepped out of a magazine. "I want to apologize," he said, closing the door behind him, "for last night." "I told you, there's no need." "There is." He stepped closer, and I caught that intoxicating scent again. "I handled that badly. You didn't deserve to be treated like that." I wanted to argue, to insist it didn't matter, but the words caught in my throat. "I want to make it up to you," he continued. "I booked a room at the Moonlight Hotel for tonight, dinner. Just the two of us." The Moonlight Hotel was the most exclusive restaurant in town, and a table usually required months-long waiting lists and special connections. Getting a reservation so quickly said everything about his influence. "I don't know." I started, but he stepped closer, so close that I had to duck my head to meet his eyes. "Please," he said softly, "let me do this right." Something in his voice, something almost vulnerable, made my resolve waver. I knew this was dangerous territory, but seeing that genuine regret in his eyes, I felt weak. "It depends," I heard myself say. "It depends on how handsome you are tonight." A slow, confident smile spread across his face, transforming him from handsome to breathtaking. "I won't let you down," he promised, his voice low and rough in my ear. And as he turned to leave, I had the unsettling sense that I was getting caught up in something much bigger than I ever imagined. I didn't know whether my decision was right or wrong. Even though yesterday he had shown signs that things weren't going well, leaving me like that, I had been dismissed just like that. And now he had come back, asking for another chance. Seraphina's POV. I was relaxing on the sofa that afternoon when an Omega servant gently knocked on my door. When I opened it, he stood there holding the most beautiful bouquet of cornflowers I had ever seen. Dozens of flowers in shades of golden yellow and cream, their delicate petals catching the afternoon sunlight streaming through the window. "These are for you, Miss Seraphina," he said shyly. They were just delivered. My heart raced as I took the flowers, inhaling their sweet, delicate scent. Cornflowers had always been my favorite. Their simple beauty and cheerful colors always lifted my mood. But how could someone here know that? I searched the flowers for a card and found a small, elegant note between the stems. "May these flowers brighten your day." Suddenly my phone rang. Kairos' name appeared on the screen, and I felt the familiar thud of my heart in my chest. "Hello," I answered, trying to sound casual despite the smile that almost broke through. "Did you receive the flowers?" His warm, hesitant voice surprised me. I looked at the beautiful bouquet in my hands. "They're nice. Pretty good, I guess." I tried to sound indifferent, but I couldn't stop the smile. "How did you know cornflowers are my favorite flowers?" There was a brief pause before he answered. "I notice the important things." That simple statement made my heart race, but before I could answer, I heard footsteps in the hallway. "I have to go," I said quickly, ending the call just as Callista appeared in the doorway. Her green eyes immediately fell on the large bouquet in my hands, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. "Well, well, well, what's this?" She entered my room without permission, circling me like a predator who had found interesting prey. "These are beautiful. Who's your secret admirer?" "They're just flowers," I said, trying to distract her while carefully arranging them in a vase on my dressing table. "Just flowers?" Callista laughed, flopping onto my bed dramatically. "Seraphina, these are imported cornflowers. Do you know how much they cost? And look at the arrangement. It's from Moonlight Florals, the most exclusive florist in town. Someone must have spent a fortune on this." I felt the heat rise to my neck. "It could have been anyone." "Anyone could have," she said, but the tone of her voice suggested she knew better. "But I'd bet on someone with good taste, deep pockets, and a special interest in making you smile." She studied my face closely. You look radiant, by the way. Whoever sent this must have hit their mark. I turned away to hide my expression, but Callista was too perceptive. Wait a minute, she said, sitting up straight suddenly. I thought you were supposed to leave for the border today. Why are you still here? Callista's expression changed, becoming slightly embarrassed. About that, Kairos canceled my trip. Canceled? Why? She shrugged, but I knew there was more to it. He said he's in a bad mood and doesn't want me to travel. There's an increased security threat. She waved her hand dismissively. You know he's overly protective, but honestly, I think he wants an excuse to keep me here. Keep you here for what? To watch you. Callista's smile widened again. My brother's been acting weird lately, forgetting things, moody, and asking about your preferences and habits. And now mysterious, expensive flowers show up at your door. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fit together. My phone vibrated with a text message, and I glanced at the screen to see Kailos's name. 7 p.m. at the hotel. Don't be late. My eyes widened as I recalled our conversation from yesterday. Amidst the confusion and conflicting signals, I had completely forgotten that I had agreed to have dinner with him. What's wrong? Callista asked, noticing my expression. You look like you've seen a ghost. Ah, it's nothing. Callista furrowed her brows in disbelief, but then she nodded. That night, I was once again torn between two dresses spread out on the bed. I couldn't decide which one to choose. I turned around in front of the mirror several times after putting on a plain, white dress with a low neckline, then shook my head with pursed lips, feeling that it wasn't right. I took off the dress and tried the other one. This time, it was a maroon dress with a slit from the knee to the thigh. The neckline wasn't low this time, covering my chest but still giving off a sexy vibe. I smiled contentedly. I'd chosen the right one. Taking a deep breath, I descended to the main floor of the warehouse. The evening light filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows on the shiny marble floor. I had arrived early, a habit I used to avoid rushing, so I took a moment to calm myself. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, and I turned to see Kairos approaching. The sight took my breath away. He was wearing a black suit that fit him perfectly, accentuating his broad shoulders and slim build. The dark fabric made his silver eyes seem almost glittering, and his black hair was perfectly styled. He looked like he had just stepped out of a magazine, sophisticated, powerful, and extremely handsome. I stared at him, feeling my composure slip away. This was supposed to be a casual dinner, but he looked like he was getting ready for the red carpet. It's just dinner, I said, my voice sounding a little breathless. Why are you dressed like this? Kairos stopped in front of me, his silver eyes softening as he looked at me. There was something different about his expression tonight, softer, more open than I had ever seen. Because it is a date, he said, his voice soft and warm. With you. My heart was beating so loudly that I was sure he could hear it. The quiet intensity in his words made my knees feel weak. A date. With me. Seraphina's POV. We both got into the car, and the man smiled at me and struck up a conversation. He asked me about my plans, what I wanted to do, and so on. His voice sounded relaxed, but I could sense his sincerity. So, what are your plans after graduation? He asked, glancing at me occasionally while keeping his eyes on the road. I paused for a moment, considering his question. To be honest, I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm just focused on finishing my studies. Kairos nodded slowly. What if I offered you something interesting? He stopped at a red light and turned to face me fully. Working at my company. My eyes widened in surprise at the sudden offer. What? Kairos, that... Just think about it, he cut in with a warm smile. My company is one of the strongest in North America. The experience you'll gain will be invaluable. My mind was spinning. Working at Kailos's company would be incredibly beneficial, not just for me personally, but also for our pack. The connections and experience I could bring back would strengthen our position. I'll think about it seriously, I finally replied. His smile grew wider. That's all I ask. Shortly after, we arrived at the Moonlight Hotel. The luxurious building towered above us, warm light streaming from every window. Kairos handed the car keys to the valet, who immediately approached. He walked around the car, his steps firm but calm, and in an instant, he opened the door for me. The The smile on his lips made me feel special. I felt very special in front of him. Without hesitation, I reached out my hand and our skin touched with warmth. The warmth of his hand and his grip sent an odd sensation through my entire body. There was a small tremor in my chest, telling me that he was being very romantic with me. Was this the kind of attention I needed? It felt like I was experiencing such sincerity for the first time in my life. Our hands remained intertwined as we entered the hotel, walking side by side with the breeze caressing my face, cool but not cold, because Kairos was beside me, able to regulate the temperature around me. When we entered the elevator, our hands remained intertwined. I glanced at him and tried to pull my hand away, but he tightened his grip, making me flinch even though he did it gently. I stared at him sharply, but he only responded with a small laugh that made his silver eyes sparkle. He seemed to be in a very good mood tonight. "Kairos," I whispered, realizing we weren't alone in the elevator. He replied casually, as if there was nothing strange about his behavior. Before I could protest further, the elevator doors opened, and the sight that greeted me took my breath away. The entire restaurant was decorated perfectly to my taste. Fresh cornflowers were scattered throughout the room, soothing aromatherapy candles were lit, and warm lighting created a romantic yet simple atmosphere. Everything was so perfect, as if someone had studied every little detail of my taste. "Kairos," I whispered, moved. "This all?" "Do you like it?" he asked, and for the first time that night, I heard a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "I love it," I answered honestly, unable to hide how touched I was. The dinner was absolutely delightful. Every dish served was delicious and presented perfectly. More importantly, the conversation with Kairos flowed so naturally. He told me about his experiences in business, while I shared about my studies and life in my pack. Talking to him made me truly happy. There was a side of Kairos I had never seen before, more relaxed, more open, and surprisingly very attentive to the little details that made me feel comfortable. In the middle of our warm conversation, my phone suddenly rang. Callista's name appeared on the screen. I gestured to Kairos and said, "Sorry, it's Callista." He nodded understandingly and continued eating calmly while I answered the call. "Hello, Callista," I greeted her. "Seraphina, where are you? I'm bored at home. Want to go out? There's a new club downtown that's supposed to be great." Guilt washed over me. I'm having dinner with a friend." "A friend?" Callista's voice sounded curious. "Who's the friend? Why didn't I know about this?" "Ah, a friend from college," I lied, glancing at Kairos, who was trying to hold back a smile. "But if you want to go out, I can join you later." "Really? Okay, I'll send you the address. Club Velvet in Manhattan. See you there." After hanging up, Kairos immediately offered, "I'll drive you there after this." "No need, I can take a taxi." "Seraphina," he cut me off, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. "I invited you to dinner, so it's my responsibility to make sure you get home safely." After dinner, we went down to the lobby. Kairos took my hand again. This time, I didn't try to pull away. For some reason, his grip felt right. The trip to Club Velvet didn't take long. The exclusive club was located in one of Manhattan's skyscrapers, with the entrance surrounded by a line of glamorous people. When Kairos' car stopped in front of the VIP entrance, I tried to get out, but the door was still locked. "Kairos?" I asked, confused. Suddenly, he leaned his face toward me. The distance between our faces became so close that I could smell the calming scent of his masculine perfume. My breath caught when he raised his hand and gently brushed the corner of my lips with his thumb. "Your lipstick is smudged," he whispered in a hoarse, soft voice. The soft touch of his thumb on the corner of my lips sent a jolt of electricity coursing through my body. My heart was beating so fast, I was sure he could hear it. His silver eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Thank you," I mumbled, my face burning red. He smiled, a different smile than usual. It was softer, more personal. "Be careful inside. If anything happens, call me right away," he said as he opened the door. I quickly ran out of the car, my heart still pounding and my face still feeling hot. As I turned to wave goodbye, Kairos was still staring at me from inside the car with an expression I couldn't read. Only after I disappeared into the club did his luxury car slowly drive away, leaving me with mixed feelings and questions I dared not answer. Seraphina's POV. As soon as I entered the luxurious VIP room with its dim lighting and soft music, Callista approached me with a curious look. "Seraphina, you finally came!" she exclaimed as she hugged me. But a second later, she stepped back and stared at my face with raised eyebrows. "Why are you so red? Do you have a fever?" I stammered, searching for a plausible excuse. "Ah, that! I bumped into the taxi door when I got out, so my face is a little red," I lied, touching my cheek, which still felt warm. Callista was still staring at me suspiciously. That's strange. You're not usually so clumsy." She pulled me to sit on the comfortable sofa. "By the way, who did you have dinner with? You look different tonight. Are you secretly dating someone?" My heart was pounding. "No, it's just a friend. A friend from college," I replied as neutrally as possible. Callista's green eyes narrowed, staring at me with a look that made me feel like I was being interrogated. "Seraphina, I've known you long enough. You must be hiding something. Your eyes are sparkling strangely. Your cheeks are still flushed, and you look happy. This can't just be a regular dinner with a college friend." Before I could answer, the VIP room door opened. A man walked in with a wide smile, and behind him was someone who took my breath away, the mysterious man who was none other than Kairos. "Kairos, he's with Mark?" Callista's voice sounded very surprised. "Ladies," Mark shouted, "your night is about to get a lot more exciting." Kailos's POV. Worried that last night's incident would repeat itself, when Seraphina almost got into trouble at the club, I decided to invite Mark to join Seraphina's group at the best club owned by his group. At least this way, I could make sure she was safe without looking too overprotective. Mark teased me the whole way there about how protective I was of Seraphina. "Kairos, you're like her personal bodyguard," he said with a chuckle. "Admit it, you're in love." I didn't deny it, and the wolf inside me showed an increasingly possessive attitude toward Seraphina. Every time I imagined her in danger or with another man, anger surged in my chest. When we entered the VIP room, Mark loudly commented on how beautiful the girls were. Without hesitation, he asked Callista, "Can I join you girls tonight?" Callista glanced at me briefly, perhaps realizing that our arrival wasn't a coincidence, before smiling and nodding. Of course, the more the merrier. I naturally took a seat next to Seraphina. Seeing her tense up slightly as I approached made me feel both satisfied and amused. Her reaction to my presence was always so honest and adorable. "You guys just got here?" Seraphina asked, trying to sound casual. "Mark invited us," I replied briefly, my eyes fixed on her still slightly flushed face. Suddenly, my ears picked up a conversation between Callista and Seraphina about Darius. The name made my jaw tighten, and the wolf inside me stirred unhappily. "So what about Darius?" Callista asked teasingly. "If he wants to come back to you, would you take him back?" Seraphina shook her head in disgust. "Callista, I wouldn't choose Darius even if he were the last werewolf on Earth." That answer made me, and the wolf inside me, very happy. A small smile spread across my lips, and I felt a heavy weight lift from my chest. I looked at Seraphina, and our eyes met. My heart raced when I saw her beautiful brown eyes. There was a spark there, maybe confusion, maybe attraction, that made me want to pull her into a corner of the room and... "Seraphina!" Callista's voice broke my reverie. "I'm still not satisfied with your answer about dinner companions. You must be hiding something." Seraphina looked confused again, and I couldn't resist teasing her a little. But before I could open my mouth, Mark suddenly leaned toward Seraphina with a charming smile and a very familiar tone. "Seraphina, you look beautiful tonight. That maroon dress really suits your eyes." My gaze immediately turned cold, and I stared at Mark with a look that could kill. He knew exactly what he was doing, teasing me by being too familiar with Seraphina. "Thank you," Seraphina replied with a polite but not very enthusiastic smile. Mark grinned, clearly enjoying my reaction. "How about we play Uno with a penalty for the loser? It'll be more exciting." "Great idea," exclaimed Callista. "I love games with penalties." Everyone seemed to agree, but I noticed that Seraphina looked hesitant and a little troubled. Didn't she know how to play Uno? Her expression showed adorable uncertainty, and I had to resist the urge to offer my help right away. Seraphina's POV. Mark enthusiastically pulled a set of Uno cards out of his jacket pocket. It seemed he had planned to play tonight. "Okay, the rules are simple. The loser of each round has to pay a penalty. You can choose between drinking 2 shots or doing a dare we give you. I nodded, trying to grasp the rules Mark explained so quickly. To be honest, I wasn't very skilled at card games like this. In our pack, free time was usually spent practicing or doing outdoor activities. But I didn't want to ruin the already enjoyable atmosphere. The game began, and just as I feared, my strategy fell apart. While the others seemed so skilled at managing their cards and timing, I could only play as best as I could. Sure enough, in the first round, I lost badly. "Wow, Seraphina's the first," Callista exclaimed joyfully. "Now choose, 2 shots of vodka or a dare from us?" I glanced at the shot glasses already prepared on the table, then looked at the expectant faces around me. "Dare," I replied, though I was a little worried about what they might challenge me to do. Mark and Callista whispered to each other for a moment, then Mark grinned widely. "All right, here it goes. You have to eat one end of a pocky stick while one of us eats the other end. Keep going until one of you gives up, or," he paused with a mischievous smile, "until you meet in the middle." My face flushed. "A pocky game? Seriously?" "So, who wants to be Seraphina's partner?" Callista asked, looking back and forth between Mark and Kairos. My eyes instinctively turned to Kairos, the only person here I felt somewhat familiar with, even though our relationship was still confusing. But his expression was completely unreadable. His face was blank, and his silver eyes stared at me without revealing a hint of what he was thinking. I considered just drinking. 2 shots might be easier than this potentially embarrassing situation. My hand reached for the wine glass on the table. But before I could do so, Kairos suddenly snatched the glass from my hand with a quick motion. "You can't drink too much," he said in a flat but firm tone. Mark immediately handed us a box of pocky. "Well, Kairos is volunteering. Come on, take one." With a calm motion, Kairos took one of the chocolate sticks and leaned toward me. His silver eyes stared intently into mine, and suddenly the entire room felt silent, though I knew the others were starting to cheer and make noise. "Seraphina," he whispered, his voice meant only for me. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to." But now all eyes were on us, and backing out would look really strange. Nervously, I nodded and bit the end of another pocky stick, not daring to look up at his face, which was already so close. "Start!" Mark shouted enthusiastically. I began to bite slowly, my heart pounding so loudly that I was sure it could be heard over the club music. With each bite, the chocolate stick grew shorter, and Kailos's face drew closer to mine. The scent of his cologne grew stronger. I could feel his warm breath brushing against my skin. My heart was beating so fast I felt dizzy. My eyes stayed lowered, unable to meet his gaze directly, but I could feel the intensity of his stare never leaving me. As time passed, the chocolate stick got shorter. The distance between our lips was probably only a few centimeters. My breath sped up, and just as I felt his breath touch my lips, panic struck. I pulled away suddenly. The pocky stick broke and part of it fell to the floor. "Whoa!" Mark cheered loudly, clapping his hands. "Almost! You guys almost made it to the last base!" The others cheered and laughed, but I couldn't lift my head. My face felt like it was on fire. It must have been bright red. I stared intently at the floor, feeling Kailos's gaze still on me, even though the game was over. Okay, the game continues," Callista exclaimed as she shuffled the cards again. "Second round." As the cards were dealt for the next round, a club staff member suddenly entered our VIP room. He approached Mark with a slightly tense expression. "Excuse me, Mr. Mark," he said politely. "Someone is looking for you in the lobby." He said his name was Darius and he was from the Blue Ridge Pack. He's with 2 other people and said it's urgent business. My blood instantly froze. Darius? Here? From the staff member's description, I was certain it was indeed Darius. The Alpha Wolf had recovered quickly. Just yesterday, he was lying in a hospital bed with severe injuries, and now he was already roaming the city, making business deals. Mark didn't seem enthusiastic about meeting them. His expression changed from relaxed to slightly annoyed. "Darius? At this hour? What does he want?" But then, Kairos suddenly spoke in a calm tone that carried something I couldn't identify. "Let's meet them." Everyone in the room immediately turned to look at him, including me. What was he planning? Why did he want to meet Darius? I stared at Kairos with a questioning look, but his expression went back to a mask that gave away nothing. His jaw tightened slightly, and there was a flash of something in his silver eyes that made me feel uneasy. "Kairos," I whispered, unsure if this was a good idea. Kailos's POV. I didn't do this to give Darius a chance. Quite the opposite. I wanted him to understand the consequences of betraying Seraphina, and more importantly, I wanted to see how Seraphina would react to her former fiancé. Were there still feelings left? Had she truly moved on as she claimed? The wolf inside me growled impatiently. It wanted to show dominance, to let Darius know that Seraphina was now under our protection. But the rational part of me knew this wasn't about marking territory. It was about testing how strong Seraphina was now. "All right," Mark said hesitantly. "But if they start causing trouble, I'll have security escort them out." A few minutes later, the VIP room door opened and Darius entered with two others. The first was a man of average height with blonde hair, probably the beta of his pack. The second, Vesper. Of course, she came along. Darius's face changed drastically the moment his eyes caught sight of Seraphina. He clearly hadn't expected to find her here, especially in such a relaxed atmosphere. His eyes widened, and for a moment I saw something like regret flash across his face. Vesper, on the other hand, immediately showed a clear expression of dislike. She glanced at Seraphina from head to toe with a condescending look, but I could sense jealousy behind her attitude. "Please sit down," Mark said, pointing to the empty sofa across from us. His tone was polite but cold. Clearly he wasn't happy about their arrival. I felt Seraphina's body tense up beside me as Darius and Vesper took their seats. But then, something extraordinary happened. She took a deep breath and calmed down. With an elegant movement, she lifted her wine glass and sipped it casually, as if the presence of her former fiancé didn't affect her at all. Even more than that, she treated them as if they weren't there. Her eyes didn't glance in Darius's direction. There was no tremor in her hands, no sign that she was disturbed. Her composure and class impressed me. "So," Mark began in a businesslike tone, "what brings you here in the middle of the night, Darius?" "We want to discuss the possibility of a partnership between the Blue Ridge Pack and the Stoneheart Pack," Darius replied, but his eyes occasionally glanced toward Seraphina. "There are some border territories we could manage together." When Mark asked who Vesper was, Darius introduced her with an overly enthusiastic tone. "This is Vesper, my girlfriend and personal assistant. She's been very helpful with pack matters." Vesper smiled sweetly, too sweetly, while pressing herself closer to Darius. "Nice to meet all of you," she said, but her eyes deliberately avoided Seraphina. I exchanged glances with Mark. We both knew the game that was being played here. Darius was trying to show off his new happiness in front of Seraphina, while Vesper was trying to show that she had won the man who once belonged to Seraphina. Mark got the message I sent him with my eyes and started urging them to drink. "If you want to talk business, let's at least make the atmosphere more relaxed first. Our bartender has the best whiskey collection." "I don't," Darius started to refuse. "Come on," Mark cut in, already pouring 2 glasses of whiskey. "It's our tradition. No business is discussed without drinking together first." Watching Darius and Vesper reluctantly down a few shots while Seraphina occasionally glanced at them with a mocking look, which gave me a sense of satisfaction. There was no trace of affection left in Seraphina's gaze, only scorn and perhaps a hint of disgust. Even when Darius tried to speak to her directly, "Seraphina, you look good," his voice trembled slightly, whether from alcohol or nervousness. Seraphina merely raised an eyebrow elegantly. "Thank you," she said flatly, then returned her focus to her conversation with Callista as if Darius didn't exist. Cold, brutal, perfect. Vesper looked increasingly uncomfortable with Seraphina's indifference. She might have expected drama, tears, or at least an emotional confrontation, but what she got was total indifference, more painful than anger. "You know," Vesper finally couldn't take it anymore and tried to attack, "I heard you moved here because of issues with your old pack. Must be tough, starting over from scratch, right?" Seraphina slowly put down her glass and stared at Vesper with a gaze that could freeze blood. "Starting over?" She smiled thinly. "Honey, I didn't start over. I just threw away the trash from my life, and now my life is much cleaner." Vesper flinched, and even Darius looked like he'd just been slapped. Mark couldn't hold back his laughter. "Damn, Seraphina. That was brutal." The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Darius and Vesper, who were already a bit drunk, began to look like they were searching for an excuse to leave. They might have thought they could come here to disturb Seraphina's peace, but the opposite had happened. "Maybe we should." Darius started to stand up, but stumbled slightly. "Yeah, maybe you guys should go," Mark said in a tone that was no longer polite. "It's late, and you two don't look like you're in any condition to discuss serious business." Shortly after, Darius and Vesper, who were drunk, left sheepishly. Vesper even almost tripped over her own dress as she left. Mark laughed out loud as soon as the door closed. "Oh my God, that was epic, Seraphina. You were amazing just now. Trash out of my life. Classic." I looked at Seraphina, who was still calm, sipping her wine as if nothing had happened. No tremors, no tears, no signs that meeting her ex-fiancé had affected her. She was no longer the girl who had cried over Darius. And that made me very happy. The wolf inside me growled contentedly. She was strong. She deserved to be our Luna. "Are you okay?" I asked softly, even though I already knew the answer. Seraphina looked at me with clear, calm eyes. "Why wouldn't I be? They're just two strangers who happened to pass by." And in that moment, I knew. She had truly moved on. Darius no longer had any power over her. And maybe, just maybe, there was room in her heart for someone new. For me. Author's POV. Vesper was almost thrown against the bathroom wall when a wave of nausea hit her. The sound of vomiting echoed in the small room, while the world around her spun like an out-of-control top. The alcohol Mark had forced them to drink last night was now taking its revenge. "Vesper, are you okay?" Darius's worried voice came from outside the bathroom door. She couldn't answer. Her stomach was still contracting, expelling the last remnants of expensive whiskey that tasted like poison in her throat. Her head pounded, and the image of Seraphina's calm, mocking face kept spinning in her mind. After what felt like an eternity, Vesper finally managed to stand up, trembling. Her legs could barely support her as she opened the bathroom door. Darius caught her just as she was about to fall. The man's face was pale and filled with regret. "I'm sorry," he whispered, supporting Vesper's body onto the bed. "I brought you there. I put you through this." Darius's eyes were red, either from the remaining alcohol or overwhelming emotion. He sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed. "I'm such a terrible alpha, aren't I? Look what happened to our pack. Look how they looked at us last night." Vesper grimaced as she remembered the condescending stares from the people in the VIP room, especially from Seraphina. She hadn't even bothered to hide her disgust. "Don't say that." Vesper forced herself to speak softly, even though her throat still felt raw. She reached for Darius's hand and held it. "You're still the best alpha I've ever known. These are just tough times. All packs go through them." Darius lifted his head and looked at Vesper with teary eyes. "But what if it's all my fault? What if I shouldn't have left Seraphina?" The question pierced Vesper's heart like a dagger, but she didn't let her expression change. Instead, she pulled Darius into a tight embrace. "Shh, don't think like that," she whispered, stroking Darius's back. "We've made our choices, and I'll always be with you, no matter what happens." Darius hugged her back desperately, as if Vesper was the only thing keeping him sane. "I love you," he murmured in Vesper's ear. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Vesper smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Inside, she sneered bitterly. "Love me?" She wanted to laugh out loud. If she had a better choice, if there was a stronger alpha, a more prosperous pack, she would have left the Blue Ridge pack long ago. Who would have thought they'd fall from glory so quickly? Once, the Blue Ridge pack had been one of the most respected in the region. Now, they were like beggars, pleading for business partnerships in the middle of the night. Was all of this because of Seraphina? Vesper remembered how the girl had sat there calmly last night, as if their presence was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Her gaze occasionally flickered with subtle but deadly mockery. The way she had said, "I'm just getting rid of the trash in my life," with such a cold and elegant tone. It was all because she was born special, Vesper thought bitterly. Noble blood, extraordinary powers, and now, it seemed, the protection of the Night Vale pack. Of course, it was easy for her to be arrogant. But one day, Vesper promised silently as she continued to stroke Darius's trembling back, "I will destroy you, Seraphina. I will make you feel what it's like to lose everything. Meanwhile, Darius couldn't stop thinking about Seraphina. Since their engagement was broken off, she had changed so drastically. Not only did she look more beautiful and radiant, there was something completely different about the way she carried herself. Once, Seraphina had always looked at him with eyes full of love. She had always tried to please him, always worried about his feelings. But last night, there was no trace of that love, not even hatred or anger, just cold indifference. And for some reason, that indifference was far more painful than anger. Seraphina's POV. The party ended around 11 p.m. I had quite a bit to drink, not enough to get drunk, but enough to make my cheeks flush and my steps a little unsteady. We made it back to the pack house safely. "Thank you for tonight," I said to Kairos, "especially for the performance." Kairos smiled, his eyes sparkling. "That wasn't a show, it was just delayed justice." I laughed softly. "Well, I enjoyed it." After a soothing warm shower, I got ready for bed. But as I lay in bed, I remembered something. I hadn't updated the affection score in the system. Lazily, I activated the hologram screen and opened the familiar menu. Current affection score 45. I thought about tonight's events. Kairos had prepared such a thoughtful dinner. He even remembered my favorite food and chose the perfect wine. That deserved +5 points. And the clever way he punished Darius and Vesper last night. Mark was the one who carried it out, but I knew it was Kailos's idea. The way they were forced to drink until they were drunk while I could sit back and enjoy the show, it felt like sweet justice. Another +5 points. Updated affection score 55. I turned off the screen and lay back down, staring at the ceiling. Only 45 points left until I could confess my feelings to Kairos. 45 points until I could say what was truly in my heart. But what would happen after that? The system gave me a target of 100 affection points, but never explained what happened afterward. Would I be stuck in this relationship forever? Or was there a way out? And more importantly, were the feelings growing in my heart real, or just the result of the system's manipulation? I shook my head, trying to chase those thoughts away. What was certain now was that I felt safe and happy with Kairos. He protected me, respected my choices, and gave me space to be myself. Wasn't that enough for now? I closed my eyes, letting fatigue pull me into sleep. In my dream, I saw Kailos's green eyes gazing at me gently, and for the first time in a long while I felt completely at peace. Seraphina's POV. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed, though my head was still a little dizzy from the wine the night before. The aroma of coffee and pancakes wafted from the kitchen, and I knew Kairos had already woken up. "Good morning," he greeted me as I entered the kitchen with my hair still messy. He was already dressed in a navy blue business shirt and formal pants, looking like a true CEO. "Morning," I replied, rubbing my eyes. "You always wake up this early?" "Habit," he answered, pouring me some coffee. "By the way, what about the job offer from yesterday? Have you thought about it?" I almost choked on my coffee. "Kairos, I already told you." "Seraphina," Callista suddenly appeared from her room, her hair even messier than mine. "You have to accept that offer." "Callista, listen," she sat down next to me seriously. "You can't keep relying on your savings, and now you're officially part of the Night Vale pack, right? That means you need a decent job here." Kairos nodded in agreement. "Callista's right. Besides, you're overqualified for that position. I'm the one who's benefiting." I was still hesitant when Callista suddenly pulled me into the corner of the kitchen and whispered, "Plus, do you know how many female wolves work at that company? They're all after Kairos. If you don't act fast, someone else will snatch him up." My stomach suddenly felt uneasy hearing that. The image of other female wolves flirting with Kairos made something strange churn in my chest. All right, I finally gave in. But on one condition. I want to be treated like an ordinary employee, no special treatment. Kailos's eyes sparkled. "Deal." An hour later, we were on our way to the Shadowmere Industries headquarters. The skyscraper towered over the business district, its dark modern facade exuding power and prestige. "Stop here," I said when we were still about 2 blocks away from the building. Kairos turned to look at me in confusion. "Why? We're still far away." "I don't want people to think I got in through connections," I explained. "Let me walk in alone." "Seraphina, that's ridiculous. Why would they care?" Kairos, please. I want to prove that I can succeed on my own. We argued for a few minutes, until Kairos finally gave in with a sigh. Fine, but if there's a problem, call me right away. I will. The lobby of Shadowmere Industries was impressive, with high ceilings, shiny black marble, and strategically placed green plants. Several employees hurried by, all looking professional and busy. I approached the reception desk in the center of the lobby. A blonde woman with heavy makeup was busy checking her bright red nails. "Excuse me," I said politely. "I'd like to see Mr. Kairos Harrington for a job interview." The receptionist looked up and sized me up from head to toe with a clearly judgmental gaze. Her smile was fake and condescending. "Oh, another female wolf," she muttered. "Do you have an appointment?" "What? No, but—" "Then I'm afraid you'll have to leave, miss. Mr. Harrington is very busy and doesn't see visitors without an appointment." "I'm not just any visitor. I'm applying for the position of personal secretary." "Personal secretary?" She laughed loudly, her voice echoing through the lobby. Several people turned to look at us. "Do you think anyone can become Alpha Harrington's secretary?" Her gaze swept over my body as if I were something dirty. "Every day, dozens of female wolves come here with various reasons to meet Mr. Harrington. Social climbers like you are countless." I took a deep breath, trying to hold back my anger. "All right, then I'll call Mr. Harrington to confirm." "Oh, so now you claim to know him personally?" she sneered. "If you really know him, you must have his phone number, right?" I took my phone out of my bag and started looking for Kailos's contact. But the receptionist had already signaled to the two security guards standing near the elevator. "Gentlemen, please escort this lady out. She's disturbing our business." The two guards moved toward me with expressionless faces. I took a step back, feeling frustrated and angry. This was why I didn't want Kairos to drive me here. I wanted to prove that I could be accepted on my own merits, not because of connections. But now I wasn't even being given the chance to interview. Wait a minute. My hands were shaking with panic that began to spread to my chest, and I lost focus on my phone. Then suddenly the woman asked me a question. "Are you making this decision on behalf of Alpha?" Seraphina's POV. A powerful alpha aura suddenly filled the entire lobby, making the air feel heavy and oppressive. Everyone, employees, guests, even security guards, instinctively stepped back and bowed their heads. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, not out of fear, but because of a familiar and calming strength. Kairos. He stood near the private elevator, wearing a flawless black suit, his face like a cold, terrifying mask. His green eyes swept the room before settling on the receptionist, who was now trembling in fear. "Mr. Harrington," she stammered, her face as pale as paper. "I don't know." "You don't know much, it seems," Kairos cut in, his voice low and dangerous. Every word that came out of his mouth felt like ice piercing the air. "Archer!" A man in a gray suit, who turned out to be Beta Archer, immediately emerged from the crowd. "Yes, Alpha? Find a new receptionist who's more sensible. Demote this one to cleaning service, effective immediately." "But sir, I've been working here for—" the receptionist tried to protest. 2 years, Kairos interrupted without looking at her. 2 wasted years, it seems. He walked toward me with a firm stride. "Seraphina, get in." It wasn't a request, but an order, and for some reason, I felt the need to obey. We entered the luxurious private elevator, with its mahogany interior and gleaming mirrors. As soon as the doors closed, Kailos's tense expression melted away. He took a deep breath and rubbed his face. "I'm sorry about earlier," I said softly. "Thank you for coming." "You don't need to apologize," he replied, his voice softening again. "I should be the one apologizing. I promised to protect you, but I let you be treated like that." A strong aura emanated from his body, leaving a slight trace of tension and anger in the air. "Kairos, I'm not a child or Callista who needs you to protect me all the time," I said, trying to keep my voice professional. "As your secretary, I should be able to handle things like this myself." But I couldn't ignore the scent of pine and cedar coming from his body. In the enclosed elevator, the scent was even more intense, making me resist the urge to breathe it in more deeply. "My secretary?" He turned to face me, his green eyes flashing. "Is that all you think I am to you?" My heart began to race. "Kairos." Before I could answer, he stepped forward, trapping me in the corner of the elevator. His hands rested on the walls on either side of my head, his face only inches from mine. "Do you know the effect you have on me?" he whispered, his breath warm against my cheek. "Your scent, the way you move, the way you look at me." I swallowed hard. "Kairos, we're working." "So what?" His fingers touched my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. "You're part of my pack now. You're mine." The last word was spoken with a tone of ownership that made me tremble, not out of fear, but something deeper. Ding. The sound of the elevator reaching the top floor broke the moment. I slipped out of his grasp and ran out of the elevator, my cheeks burning and my heart pounding. "Seraphina, where is my office?" I interrupted him, hoping that would ease the tension between us. Kairos smiled slightly like a predator who knew his prey couldn't escape. "Follow me." He led me through a wide corridor with thick carpets and expensive paintings. The employees we passed bowed respectfully to Kairos, but I could feel their curious glances directed at me. "This is your office," he said, opening the door to the room right next to his spacious workspace. "I want you close, for convenience. This room is beautiful. A large wooden desk, comfortable leather chairs, big windows overlooking the city, and bookshelves filled with books. But what stopped me was how close this room was to Kailos's office. There was only a connecting door between the two rooms. "Isn't this too?" Kailos's phone rang, cutting me off. He looked at the screen and sighed. "Meeting with a Japanese client in 5 minutes. Beta Marcus will explain your tasks later, okay?" Before I could answer, he was already gone, leaving me alone in this luxurious new room. I tried to get used to my surroundings, checking the computer and filing cabinet, when the door suddenly opened without a knock. A brown-haired girl in a tight red dress appeared, her face full of doubt and jealousy. "Who are you?" she asked bluntly. "And why are you in Alpha Kailos's office?" Her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing every detail of my appearance with an unfriendly gaze. "I'm Lydia, the senior assistant in the finance department, and I've never seen you before." There was something in her tone that made me wary. This wasn't just a casual question from a new coworker. "I'm Seraphina," I replied, trying to stay professional, "the new personal secretary to Alpha Kairos." Lydia's eyes widened, then narrowed dangerously. "Personal secretary? But that position was never open to the public. How did you get this position?" From the tone of her voice and the way she looked at me, I knew exactly what she was thinking. And I also knew that this was just the beginning of the problems I would face here. Kailos's POV. The 25th floor meeting room was filled with department heads sitting upright around a large oval conference table. Thick reports were scattered across the glass surface, while the projector screen displayed graphs showing the company's performance. This quarter's financial report shows an 18% increase in revenue from the initial estimate. Marcus read the figures with a satisfied tone, especially after we successfully secured the commercial development contract from Blue Ridge Pack last month. I nodded, flipping through the documents. How ironic. The pack led by Seraphina's former fiancé was indirectly helping boost my company's profits. "What about the profit margin?" "It's up 12%, Alpha. Their infrastructure project is profitable, though." Marcus paused. "They seem a bit desperate to wrap up the contract quickly, like they need cash flow fast." I almost smiled, remembering how pathetic Darius and Vesper had looked last night. "Continue." Sarah from the marketing department raised her hand. "Alpha, given this positive momentum, we propose expanding by acquiring more small and medium-sized construction companies. This will consolidate our position as the market leader in this region." "Too risky," I replied immediately. "The economic situation is still volatile. Focus on organic growth first. We don't need to rush into unnecessary risks." Sarah nodded, though she looked a bit disappointed. "Understood, Alpha." Jackson, the head of security, cleared his throat. "Alpha, there's been a report of suspicious activity in the northern region. Several rogue wolves are roaming our border territory. Plus, 3 small groups have requested an alliance and protection this week." I furrowed my brow. "The timing is suspicious. Investigate their backgrounds thoroughly before making any decisions, and increase patrols in the northern area, double shifts if necessary." "Copy that, Alpha." Elena from the welfare department raised a blue folder. "There are a few issues that need your attention, Alpha. The training program for young wolves is going well, but there have been some complaints from Omega families about the housing conditions in the residential area. They feel that the accommodations are inadequate compared to those of the Beta and Gamma families. I sighed. This was a sensitive issue that needed to be handled carefully. Fix it immediately. Upgrade the housing facilities for all Omega families in the pack. Budget is not an issue. What matters is maintaining harmony within the pack. Happy pack members are productive pack members. We'll handle it right away, Alpha. The meeting continued for nearly 2 hours, discussing various operational aspects from territorial management to trade agreements with neighboring packs. But honestly, my mind kept drifting to the room next door. The wolf inside me kept teasing me. You're worried about her, aren't you? No, I replied in my mind. It's normal for a new employee. I'm just making sure she's not experiencing culture shock. Oh, please, the wolf mocked. You wouldn't put her office right next to yours if that were true. You can even smell her from here. And it was true. Even with a thick wall between us, I could still catch faint traces of vanilla and jasmine coming from her direction. It made the wolf inside me restless, wanting to make sure she was safe, making sure no one was bothering her. Alpha? Marcus's voice snapped me out of my reverie. Yes. The meeting is over. Is there anything else you'd like to add? I glanced at my watch. It had been almost an hour since I left Seraphina alone. No, that's all. Good work, everyone. Dismissed. The department heads began packing up and leaving one by one, but Marcus stayed behind. What's wrong? I asked, gathering my documents. About your new secretary, he said cautiously. The staff has started talking. They're curious how Miss Luminara got the position without going through the usual recruitment process. I stopped gathering papers and stared at him sharply. And? Nothing, Alpha. It's just, you know how office politics work. It might be best if you issue a clear statement about professionalism and merit-based employment in this company. I nodded slowly. Marcus was right. Gossip could damage Seraphina's credibility and make her position difficult in the company. I'll handle it. Arrange an all-staff meeting tomorrow morning. Will do, Alpha. After Marcus left, I hurried back to my office. But as I passed Seraphina's room, I heard voices from inside. 2 female voices, and one of them sounded unfriendly. The wolf inside me immediately went on alert. Someone's bothering our mate. She's not our mate, I corrected myself, even though my body was already moving toward the door. Yet, the wolf added in a satisfied tone. I pressed my ear against the door, listening to the conversation inside. An unfamiliar voice spoke in a somewhat aggressive tone, while Seraphina's voice sounded professional but tense. How did you get this position? I've been working here for 3 years and there's never been an opening for the Alpha Secretary position that didn't go through internal promotion or proper recruitment. Lydia. I recognize that voice now. She was from the finance department, one of the employees who was ambitious. As I already explained, Seraphina's voice remained calm. I was recruited directly by Alpha Kairos. If you have any issues with my recruitment process, you can file a formal complaint with HR. Oh, please. We all know how direct recruitment works, especially for a position this close to Alpha. The wolf inside me growled angrily. She dares to insinuate that our mate got the job because... My hand was already on the doorknob, ready to enter and end this conversation, when I heard Seraphina's voice again. Lydia, I appreciate your concern about fairness in the workplace, but I don't feel the need to prove my competence or qualifications to you. If you have a problem with Alpha's decision, please speak to him directly. Her tone was cold and authoritative, without a hint of intimidation or self-doubt. I felt proud, and also a little aroused, hearing how she handled such a hostile situation with grace and strength. You think just because you're close to Alpha, you can talk to me like that? I'm talking like this because I'm a professional who doesn't have time for unproductive office drama. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Perfect. She didn't need my rescue, but that didn't stop the wolf inside me from wanting to step in and show Lydia and everyone else that Seraphina was under my protection. Soon, I promised the wolf, soon everyone will know she's ours. Seraphina's POV. So you're Alpha Kairos' new secretary? Her voice was sharp, full of contempt. I straightened my shoulders, maintaining a professional demeanor, even though the wolf inside me was starting to get restless. Yes, I'm Seraphina Luminara, Alpha Kilos's personal secretary. How can I help you? She sneered, stepping inside without invitation and closing the door behind her. You must be lying. How could Alpha Kalos possibly hire someone like you so easily? Her eyes scanned my body from head to toe with a condescending gaze that made my fur stand on end. Especially without a proper recruitment process. You must be a spy from a rival pack who snuck in. The wolf inside me growled softly. This accusation not only insulted my professionalism, but also indirectly disrespected Kalos. I could feel the aggressive aura emanating from her. She was clearly not an ordinary Omega wolf. I'm sorry, but I think you've misunderstood, I said coldly. Alpha Kalos wouldn't just hire someone without careful consideration. That's why he would never give you a chance. Her face flushed, her golden green eyes flashing with anger. How dare you? Her hand flew toward me, intending to slap me, but my reflexes were faster. I caught her wrist in a firm grip, feeling the beta strength flowing beneath her skin. I suggest you think twice before touching me, I whispered dangerously. I may be new here, but that doesn't mean I'll just stand by and be treated with disrespect. She tried to pull her hand away, but my grip was too strong. Our eyes met, and for a moment I saw a flash of fear behind her arrogance. Let me go. After you promise to leave this room calmly. The door opened again, this time more slowly. Beta Archer entered, his gaze immediately fixed on the two of us. His expression changed from surprise to seriousness when he saw the situation. Is there a problem here? His voice was calm but authoritative. The woman, her name was Lydia, immediately broke free from my grip and ran toward Archer. Beta Archer, she hit me! This spy attacked me without provocation. I rolled my eyes, not believing this cheap act. I didn't hit her. I only held her hand because she was about to slap me. Archer glared at both of us, then focused on Lydia. Lydia, what are you doing here? This room is reserved for the Alpha's secretary. I just wanted to introduce myself to the new secretary, but it turns out she is Miss Seraphina Luminara. Archer cut in with a cold tone that startled me. The Alpha heiress personally hired by Alpha Kalos as his personal secretary. And you, Lydia, should know your place and not disturb senior staff without an appointment. Lydia looked shocked, her mouth agape. The Alpha heiress, but she... Back to your desk, Lydia. Now. Archer's command was final. With her face red with embarrassment and anger, Lydia stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Archer sighed deeply, then looked at me with an apologetic expression. I apologize for the incident, Miss Luminara. Lydia, she has a history with some of the previous Alpha secretaries. History? She's been trying to get promoted to a position closer to Alpha for 3 years. Sometimes she gets too ambitious. I nodded in understanding. So my guess was right. She was one of Kalos's many admirers. Archer pulled a thick folder from his bag. This is the complete task guide for your position. Official office duties, plus managing Alpha Kalos's daily life. I took the folder with curiosity. Daily life, meal schedules, food preferences, personal appointments, even making sure he gets enough rest. Alpha Kalos is a terrible workaholic. He often forgets his own basic needs. After Archer left, I opened the folder and started reading. My eyes widened at the absurdly long list. Alpha Kalos's food restrictions. No seafood after 6 p.m. Coffee must be pure espresso, no sugar or milk. No spicy food during important meetings. Sandwiches must be cut diagonally, not horizontally. Water must be room temperature, not cold. No citrus fruits when it's raining. Clothing preferences. Shirts must be ironed with perfect creases. Ties must match the color of the shirt and suit. Shoes must be cleaned every morning. Do not wear bright colors for meetings with other teams. Daily schedule. Wake up at 5:30. Exercise 6 to 7. Breakfast at 7:30. Menu is predetermined for each day. Office at 8:30. Lunch break must be at 12 sharp, no delays. Do not leave work after 10 p.m., except in case of emergency. The list continued with almost obsessive detail. It ranged from room temperature preferences, 21 degrees, no more, no less, to how he liked his documents organized, by date, then priority, then alphabetically. Kalos is really hard to please, I muttered, shaking my head. How could someone have such specific preferences and... So is this how you see me? The familiar voice made my heart skip a beat. Seraphina's POV. My body tensed as I turned around and almost collided with Kailos's broad chest. The distance between us was only a few inches, close enough for his warm breath to brush against my face. His dark gray eyes stared intently, as if searching for something in my own. Kairos! His name escaped my lips in a startled whisper. Instead of stepping back to give me space, he moved closer. One hand landed on the edge of the table behind me, effectively trapping me between his body and the furniture. The familiar crooked smile played on his lips. If you're trying to bribe me like this, his voice was low and teasing, I might consider softening up on you. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to stay calm. Oh, of course, I replied sarcastically, crossing my arms over my chest. You must get flattered by female wolves like this all the time. They all use physical closeness to get your attention, right? Kailos's eyebrows rose, amusement replacing his previous intensity. Seraphina, are you jealous? Jealous? I almost laughed at the absurd accusation. I'm just stating a fact. Men like you must be used to such manipulation. Men like me? He leaned closer so I could feel the warmth of his body. And what do you think men like me are like? My throat felt dry. His masculine scent, a mix of cedar and something wild, primal, disrupted my concentration. You know exactly what you are. Explain to me. His voice was like velvet tickling my ears. I tried to step back, but my back was already pressed against the table. Arrogant, manipulative, used to getting what you want with fake charm. Instead of being offended, he laughed, a deep, genuine laugh that made my stomach flutter strangely. Fake charm? Seraphina, sweetheart, everything about me is real, especially when it comes to you. I'm not your sweetheart, I protested, though my voice sounded less angry than I'd hoped. Not yet, he corrected with a smile that made my knees weak. But you look so cute when you're stubborn like this. Heat spread across my cheeks. Embarrassed and frustrated with my own reaction to his teasing, I placed both palms on his chest and pushed him away. Go to your office and let me work in peace, I ordered, trying to sound firm even though my heart was still racing. Kairos stepped back with a satisfied smile, as if he had gotten the reaction he wanted. As you wish, Miss Luminera. But don't forget my lunch break is at exactly 12. Grilled salmon, remember? He turned toward the connecting door to his office, but paused for a moment. Oh, and Seraphina? Next time you want to argue about my charm, make sure you're not blushing. It ruins your credibility. The door closed with a soft click, leaving me alone with a face that felt like it was on fire and a heart still beating wildly. The rest of the day passed with Kairos busy in meeting after meeting, while I didn't have much to do. After organizing his schedule, ordering lunch, and finishing some light administrative tasks, I felt a little bored. That's why, when Callista knocked on my door with 2 cups of coffee, I welcomed her with relief. I thought you might need someone to talk to, she said, handing me one of the cups. The first day is usually overwhelming. Thanks. I took the coffee gratefully. And yeah, overwhelming is an understatement. Callista laughed, sitting down in the chair across from me. I heard you met Lydia this morning. I rolled my eyes. A meeting that was memorable. Wait, did you hear about that? I asked, raising my eyebrows. She nodded. I heard some employees gossiping downstairs earlier. Don't worry about it. Lydia has a reputation as a drama queen, but Callista hesitated. I heard she got an official warning from Alpha. A warning? More than that, actually. Callista lowered her voice. She and some of her close friends in the finance department have been permanently banned from coming to this floor without written permission from Beta Archer. I nearly choked on my coffee. Seriously. Alpha Kilos apparently doesn't mess around when it comes to protecting his senior staff. Especially those, she gave me a meaningful look, who are special to him. My heart started racing. I'm not special, I'm just the new secretary. Yes, but I know what my brother is like. He would never punish an employee that severely unless it meant something. She raised her eyebrows with a look that was strange to me. I furrowed my brow. What does it mean? She clicked her tongue. It means you're special. I looked away, trying to hide the blush on my cheeks. After Callista left, I couldn't focus on my work. My mind kept returning to what she had said. Was Kairos really defending me? And if so, why? The hatred I had felt toward him since this morning was fading. It was being replaced by something more complex, more dangerous, something similar to appreciation, gratitude, or maybe something deeper than that. Seraphina, Kailos's voice came through the intercom, breaking my reverie. Can you come to my office for a moment? I straightened my blazer and walked to his office. He was sitting behind a large desk, still wearing a white shirt that was slightly wrinkled after a day of meetings. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing muscular arms that made my mouth go dry. Can I help you? I asked, trying to remain professional. We're leaving soon, he said, shutting down his laptop. But before that, I need you to wait in the underground parking garage. I'll meet you there after I finish one last call. Parking garage? I was confused. Why not the usual lobby? A mysterious smile played on his lips. Trust me on this one. The special elevator at the end of the corridor will take you directly to basement level 3. Wait by the black BMW. Though curious, I nodded and prepared to leave, but his voice stopped me. And Seraphina, grab your bag and jacket. We're not going straight home. 15 minutes later, I stood beside a shiny black BMW in the empty basement. The atmosphere was a bit eerie with minimal lighting, and the echo of footsteps made me feel a little nervous. Sorry for the wait. Kairos emerged from behind a pillar, already dressed casually in black jeans and a leather jacket that made him look younger and dangerous. Wow, changed your outfit? I commented as I got into the car. We're not going to the pack house, he replied, starting the engine, and I think formal attire would look out of place where we're going. I furrowed my brow. Where are we going? Surprise. He smiled as he pulled out of the garage. At first, I thought we were going to drive around the city, or maybe have dinner at a fancy restaurant. But after half an hour of driving in relative silence, only soft jazz music flowing from the speakers, I began to realize that we were heading in a familiar direction. Very familiar. Kairos, I said slowly as I saw the signboard on the side of the road. Why are we going to the airport? He glanced at me with the same mysterious smile, his dark eyes sparking with something that made me uneasy. Like I said, sweetheart, it's a surprise. The BMW drove smoothly into the airport complex, and my heart began to race with a mix of excitement and anxiety. What was he planning? And why did I feel that whatever it was, my life would change after tonight? Kairos, I tried again, my voice trembling slightly. Where are we going? He parked the car in the VIP parking area and turned off the engine. When he turned to look at me, the intensity in his eyes took my breath away. You'll see. Before I could protest or ask any further questions, he had already stepped out of the car and opened my door with a gentlemanly gesture that contrasted sharply with the mysterious aura surrounding him. With trembling hands, I took his outstretched hand and let him guide me into the terminal. His dark gray eyes were so intense and sincere that I felt as though the world had disappeared and only the two of us remained in this little bubble. Kairos. His name slipped from my lips in a breath. Say yes, he whispered, his hand reaching up to touch my cheek gently. Say yes to dinner in Switzerland. Say yes to a ski vacation. Say yes to us. Something inside me broke. Maybe it was the way he looked at me. Maybe it was because he remembered my little wish that seemed so insignificant. Or maybe it was because, for the first time in years, someone was trying to make me happy without expecting anything in return. Without thinking, I leaned in and kissed him. My lips pressed against his with desperate intensity, and for a moment he was taken aback. But then his hands slid behind my head, his fingers tangled in my hair, and he kissed me back with such passion that the world spun. Seraphina, my name sounded like a prayer on his lips as we pulled apart briefly to breathe. Shh, I whispered, pulling his shirt collar closer. Just be quiet and kiss me. He didn't need to be told twice. With a smooth motion, he lifted me from the chair and carried me to the wider sofa. We fell together, his body covering mine with perfect weight, making me feel protected and desired at the same time. His hands moved with skilled precision, unbuttoning my blazer one button at a time while his lips explored my neck. Every touch sent an electric current through my veins, making me arch toward him. You're beautiful, he whispered in my ear, his voice hoarse and filled with desire. So beautiful. I responded by pulling his shirt out of his pants, my hands exploring the firm muscles of his abdomen beneath the fabric. He sighed softly in my ear, a sound that made heat gather in my stomach. My blazer was open, and his hands had just begun to move toward the buttons of my blouse when, knock, 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 we both froze. "Excuse me, Mr. Kairos?" The flight attendant's polite voice sounded from outside the cabin. "Would you and your companion like to have dinner now? We've prepared the 7-course meal you ordered." Kairos sighed in frustration and lowered his head onto my shoulder. "The worst possible time," he muttered. I couldn't help but laugh. Seraphina's POV. Kairos' eyes flashed sharply, and I could feel the heat in his chest as he was overcome with emotion. His blue eyes shone and his jaw tightened with frustration. He then stood up and walked toward the cabin door. "Not now," he said in a cold voice that sent a chill down my spine, not because of passion this time, but because of threat. "Be back in an hour." "But sir, the dinner will get cold if—" "I said not now!" His voice exploded with alpha authority, making the air around us tremble. "Leave. Us alone." Silence followed, then the sound of hurried footsteps receded. Kairos stood with his back to me, his hands clenched at his sides, clearly trying to regain control of himself. I felt guilty that his mood had changed so drastically because of my interruption. But before I could say anything to break the tension, "Growl!" A loud rumbling sound from my stomach broke the silence in the most embarrassing way. My eyes widened in fear, and I wanted the earth to swallow me whole. Slowly, Kairos turned to look at me, and his angry expression slowly changed to one of sadness and disappointment. He stared at me with a desperate look, one eyebrow raised in disbelief. "Seriously, Seraphina, you—" He sighed regretfully, his voice sounding weak, while I silently covered my mouth to hold back my laughter. However, I was still very embarrassed. My face was now so hot I could feel it spreading to my ears. He looked at me with a strange expression, his lips pursed like a baby who didn't get what he wanted. Embarrassed, I quickly covered my face with both hands, hoping I could disappear right then and there. "Oh, goddess, this is so embarrassing. Damn stomach." Silence fell. A few seconds passed in stillness. The next moment, a burst of laughter erupted from Kairos, starting softly, then growing louder until he covered his face, which was clearly red. I could tell the corners of his eyes were teary. "You." He pointed at me, still laughing and shaking his head. "You're a unique and special woman," he said. However, seeing him like that made me feel even more ticklish. I became even more embarrassed. "Don't laugh like that," I said. "I'm sorry, dear." He came closer and pulled my hands away from my face, his blue eyes now shining warmly with a hint of frustration. "But you have to admit, the timing was perfect for ruining the mood." "I didn't mean to. I know." He kissed my forehead gently. "And honestly, it's probably for the best. I didn't want our first time to be rushed because we were starving. Our first time." Those words made my heart race with a different kind of anticipation. He reached for the intercom and pressed a button. "Could you please ask the chef to prepare dinner now? We're ready." To my surprise, I discovered that this private jet was equipped with a professional chef who cooked right in front of us. I was fascinated to see him work with such skill in an efficient yet fully equipped kitchen. "Good evening," Chef Laurent, a Frenchman in his 50s with a thick accent, greeted us with a smile. "Tonight, I will be serving 7 courses using the finest ingredients from around the world. The first course was lobster tartare served on a pearl spoon with caviar and micro-herbs. Each bite exploded with fresh, salty, and sweet flavors that made my eyes close in pure delight. This lobster was brought in fresh from Maine this morning," Chef Laurent explained, "made with acetra caviar and finished with yuzu kosho for a spicy kick." Kairos sat across from me, watching with an amused expression as I nearly sighed after each bite. "Delicious?" he asked with a smirk. "This," I swallowed, "this is incredible. I've never tasted anything like this before." The second course was fried foie gras with fig compote and soft brioche bread. Then came the fried John Dory with cauliflower puree and chocolate butter sauce that made my tongue tingle. But the fifth course was the most astonishing. Perfectly fried Wagyu A5 beef with truffle shavings and roasted bone marrow. Every bite melted in my mouth like butter. "This comes from Kobe, Japan," Chef Laurent explained as he sliced fresh truffles over the meat. "Grade A5, the highest possible rating, and these truffles are fresh from Périgord, France." I couldn't help but be mesmerized by the deliciousness. Kairos, this, I can't even. I'm glad you like it, he said, but he barely touched his food, more focused on watching me enjoy every bite. Dessert was the perfect finale, a black chocolate soufflé with a salty caramel filling and homemade vanilla ice cream. Chef Laurent, I said after finishing, that was truly amazing. Thank you. He bowed with a proud smile. It was my honor, miss. Enjoy the rest of your flight. After the chef cleaned up and left us alone, I leaned back in my seat with a sigh of relief. I can't believe you have a professional chef on your private jet. Only the best for you, he said softly, but his gaze made my heart race. Kairos, I called hesitantly, letting out a soft sigh and not finishing my words. My body felt uneasy. Maybe I needed. Change your clothes, he said, cutting off my thoughts, reading my mind. I've prepared some clothes for you in the bedroom, something comfortable for the long flight. I smiled and nodded, then stood up quickly, but suddenly felt nervous. Where? Through that door, he pointed to the back of the cabin. Take your time. The bedroom in this jet was more like a luxury hotel suite than an airplane cabin. A king-size bed with silk sheets, a small sitting area, and an ensuite bathroom with marble finishes. On top of the bed was a pair of obviously expensive clothes, a beautiful pair of champagne-colored silk pajamas. I started to take off my blazer, then my blouse, trying to calm myself down. Even though dinner was amazing, I couldn't stop thinking about what had almost happened and what might happen after I changed. I had just taken off my bra when the door suddenly opened. Kairos stood in the doorway, his dark blue eyes immediately drawn to my bare skin. His face was expressionless, but his gaze took my breath away. Kairos, I hissed, quickly trying to cover myself with my hands. But he didn't move. He didn't turn away. He didn't apologize. Instead, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him softly, his eyes never leaving my body. Don't, he said hoarsely as I tried to grab my pajama top. Don't cover yourself. My heart was racing, and I knew, from the way he looked at me, the way his breath came in short gasps, and the way the air between us almost trembled with tension, I knew exactly what was going to happen. And for the first time in a very long time, I didn't want to run away from him. Seraphina's POV. Wow! It's so beautiful, I muttered in awe without realizing it. Suddenly, I felt Kairos' body press against my back, his lips close to my ear. Welcome to Switzerland, he whispered, his warm breath making my heart flutter, especially his hoarse voice, typical of someone who had just woken up. Very macho. Last night's events played over and over in my head. How he gently took my hand, kissed it softly and tenderly, the way he whispered words of love in my ear, making me blush with embarrassment, and how he made everything in bed so hot and intoxicating in just one night. I admitted he was good at teasing me. Or was it me who accidentally made him fall for me? When the jet finally landed, Kairos stood up and held out his hand to me. Ready? I nodded, even though my legs were shaking as we walked toward the exit. The Swiss air hit my face like waking from a dream, fresh and sharp with the promise of winter. Before I could take another step, Kairos lifted me into his arms, carrying me down the airplane stairs as though I weighed nothing at all. Kairos, I gasped, my arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Put me down. People are staring. Some of the crew members stared at us with embarrassed expressions, and I could see their smiles making my stomach flutter. I was so embarrassed. I quickly tightened my grip and hid my face in Kairos' chest, inhaling the cedar scent from his body that I was addicted to. Let them look, he said, uttering those words without a care in the world, but I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. The drive to the hotel was filled with fog from the winding mountain roads, but the view was breathtaking. Kairos sat beside me, his hand tightly holding mine. The warmth of his skin made me feel warm, as the air was very cold. However, as if knowing what I was feeling, he did his best to keep me comfortable. When we arrived at the hotel, I understood why he was so confident about this accommodation. The building was a stunning blend of traditional Swiss architecture and modern luxury, with warm wood and sparkling glass contrasting against the dramatic mountain backdrop. It's beautiful, I whispered. I own it with a business partner, Kairos explained as we walked through the opulent lobby. We'll have complete privacy here. At the reception desk, my brain finally started to function properly. I'd like separate rooms, please, I said, my voice sounding firmer than I intended. Kairos raised an eyebrow. Seraphina. Please, I interrupted, my cheeks burning. I need some space to think. For a moment, something flickered across his face. Disappointment? Hurt? But then his expression smoothed into understanding. Of course, he said quietly. Then, turning to me with an intensity that made my breath catch, he added, I promise I won't touch you tonight. We can share a suite with separate bedrooms. I searched his eyes, looking for any sign of deception, but found only sincerity. You promise? I give you my word. And somehow, I believed him. Far from what I had imagined, the suite I would be staying in turned out to be much more luxurious. Once again, I was amazed by what Kairos had chosen for me today. As Kairos promised, he wouldn't make me share a room with him. We had separate bedrooms. He had initially objected, but eventually agreed. The man was currently staying in a different room. He left after dropping me off. He didn't forget to hug me tightly and kiss my forehead gently before we parted. Sleep well, dear, he whispered, and unfortunately his words almost made me waver. I almost asked him to stay in my room, but I quickly came to my senses. The next morning, I woke up to an odd yet pleasurable sensation. A warm touch caressing my waist, so soft and warm, followed by a kiss on the back of my neck, making me almost moan, especially when I began to feel something hard pressing against my lower back. I sighed, still half asleep and melting into the warmth behind me. Good morning. You look beautiful when you wake up, and sexy. Kairos' hoarse voice made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. His hands spread across my stomach, pulling me closer to him. My awareness began to fully return, and as my eyes slowly opened, I realized that what was happening wasn't a dream. I moaned softly, then murmured, Kairos, are you here? His hand then moved to my lower area, his long fingers dancing along the edge of my short pants, which were probably already a little wet inside. What are you doing? I murmured hoarsely. However, he didn't answer. It feels good, he whispered, his warm breath brushing against my neck, making my face flush. At first, I was carried away by his mischievous hands, but then I realized something. Wait, I said, though my voice was unconvincing. You promised. I promised I wouldn't touch you last night, he said, gently biting my earlobe. It's morning now. We were supposed to go skiing today, I said, trying to sound firm even though my eyes kept drifting to his bare chest. He sighed, pressing his forehead against mine. Right now, I can think of a much better way to spend this morning. Kairos, I said, placing my hands on his chest to create some distance between us. Please, I've never been skiing before, and I'm already nervous enough. He stared at my face for a moment, then sighed and stepped back. All right, but tonight, Seraphina. His eyes darkened with promise. Tonight, I won't make any more promises. An hour later, we were at the resort, and I stared at the mountain slope with a mixture of excitement and fear. The skiers glided gracefully and effortlessly, making it look easy, but I knew better. I have to tell you, I said, fiddling with the ski boots I had just rented. I've never done this before. Kairos, looking very attractive in his black ski suit, smiled. I had a feeling you wouldn't. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything you need to know. For the next 2 hours, he was the most patient instructor I'd ever had. He showed me how to position my feet, use the ski poles, and shift my weight to control speed and direction. But it felt like torture when he stood so close, his hands guiding my movements, his breath warm on my neck as he corrected my posture. Feel the edge of your skis, he whispered, his chest pressed against my back as he helped me practice turns. Trust your body to find your balance. I tried to focus on his instructions, but his closeness made it impossible to concentrate on anything but the feel of his hands on my waist and the intoxicating scent of his cologne mixed with the fresh mountain air. I think I'm starting to get it, I said, though my voice was breathless. You've got talent, he said, and I could hear the pride in his voice. Ready to try the beginner slope on your own? I looked at the gentle slope he pointed to and felt a wave of confidence wash over me. Yeah, I think so. I'll be here watching, he said, but I could see the worry in his eyes. Take it slow, and remember, if you feel like you're going too fast, cut your skis like slices of pizza like I showed you. I nodded, adjusting my helmet and ski poles. But just as I was about to step forward, a man dressed in neat black ski gear approached us. He was tall and thin, with an air of authority that reminded me of Kairos. "Jake," Kairos greeted him with a nod, though I noticed his posture become more alert. "Business takes me everywhere," the man replied with a thick European accent. His pale blue eyes looked at me with undisguised curiosity. "And who is this beautiful woman?" "Seraphina," Kairos said briefly, approaching me. "Seraphina, this is Jake Volkov. He's the alpha of the European group I mentioned." I gave a polite smile, but there was something about Jake that made me uncomfortable. There was a predatory quality to the way he looked at me, as if I were something to be evaluated. "Charming," Jake said, taking my gloved hand and bringing it to his lips in an old-fashioned gesture that felt more possessive than polite. "Kairos, you really outdid yourself." Kairos clenched his jaw. "What brings you to Switzerland, Jake? I thought we weren't supposed to meet until next week." "There was a change of plans," Jake replied, his eyes never leaving my face. "There are some things we need to discuss, in private." I could feel the tension radiating from Kairos, and I realized that this was my chance. While they were busy with their alpha business, I could finally try the slope for myself. I had been practicing for hours, and I felt ready. "I'm going down now," I announced, pushing forward before either of them could stop me. "Seraphina, wait!" I heard Kairos call from behind, but I had already picked up speed, the wind rushing against my face as I navigated Seraphina's POV. My first attempt at skiing down the slope as a beginner ended badly. I lost control and fell into a pile of snow. However, instead of giving up, I laughed with a growing sense of enthusiasm. Then I got back up and brushed the snow off my jacket. "Come on, Seraphina," I muttered as I stood up. "You can do this." My second attempt wasn't much better. I managed to stay upright longer, but panic set in as my speed increased, and I deliberately fell to avoid colliding with the safety fence. On the third attempt, something went wrong. I remembered Kairos' instructions about weight distribution and turning techniques. I made it halfway before losing my balance, but it was progress. The fourth attempt was the charm. I gave myself a mental boost. The lessons Kairos had taught me should be enough for me to practice on my own. This time, everything felt right. As I glided, I felt strength in my legs. A smile spread across my face as I realized I could balance myself on the skis. I finally glided smoothly without any obstacles, making me cheer with joy. Using my legs as brakes, I stopped with a smooth and gentle movement, and my heart swelled with happiness. I had succeeded because I overcame my fear and replaced it with courage. It hadn't been easy for me. Skiing was a first, and I was proud that I managed to do it well. I proved to everyone here that I had succeeded. "I can ski," I muttered happily, and even my wolf cheered inside my head. I couldn't wait to try again, so I went back to the lift. I couldn't contain my happiness, and I smiled all the way there without even realizing it. Suddenly, two men dressed just like me approached. One of them had blonde hair and green eyes, and the other had brown eyes and thick eyebrows. They were tall and athletic, and from the way they held their poles, I could tell they weren't ordinary people. They looked like professional ski instructors. "Impressive progress," one said with a warm smile, stopping gracefully beside me. "We've been watching your practice. You have a natural balance." "Thank you," I replied, flattered by the compliment. "Though natural might be an overstatement, I've fallen more times than I can count." "Everyone falls when they're learning," the other added. "But you got back up, and that's what matters. My name is Eric, by the way." He pointed to his friend. "And this is my brother, Lucas." "Seraphina," I introduced myself, noticing the slight accent in their English, perhaps German or Austrian. "What a beautiful name," Eric said. "If you don't mind, I noticed a few small things that might help your technique." They patiently demonstrated subtle adjustments to my body position and turning technique for the next few minutes. They were expert skiers, and their tips were very useful. They explained how to shift my weight more smoothly when turning and use my ski poles more effectively for balance. "You're leaning too far forward when you go down," Lucas said. "Keep your weight in the middle of the skis and let your knees do more work to absorb the terrain." I tried the adjustment and immediately felt more stable. "That's much better, thanks." "Glad we could help," said Eric. "Are you here for long?" Switzerland has some amazing trails when you're ready to move beyond the beginner slopes. We're locals, added Lucas. We know all the hidden spots, places where beginners can practice without the crowds or beautiful routes that aren't too challenging but offer stunning views. That sounds amazing, I said, truly appreciating their kindness. We can exchange contacts, Eric suggested casually. I'll show you around properly. Switzerland is so much more beautiful when you know the places. I hesitated, unsure how to respond. They seemed genuinely kind, and their offer was tempting, but something held me back. It could have been instinct, or simply because I knew I wasn't here as a free person. Before I could respond politely, I felt a familiar presence behind me. Strong arms wrapped around my waist, and I was pulled back to rest against a solid, warm chest. Gentlemen, Kailos's voice was perfectly controlled, but its cold tone made the temperature around us seem to drop. Thank you for your kindness to my fiancé. The word fiancé startled me, but I didn't protest. I could feel the alpha's strength radiating from him like physical power, controlled but undeniable. Eric and Lucas stood tall, their relaxed demeanor shifting to respectful and alert. Of course, Eric replied quickly, his tone becoming more formal. We were only offering technical advice. Very kind of you, Kairos replied, his arm tightening possessively around my waist. But I will handle her training personally from now on. The two brothers exchanged glances, clearly aware of the rejection. They nodded politely and began to walk away, though I caught them glancing back with curious expressions. Kairos watched them disappear down the slope, his jaw tight and his eyes sharp. Even after they were out of sight, tension radiated from every line of his body. I couldn't help myself. Turning my head to look at him, I asked in a voice almost too quiet to hear, "Are you jealous?" "No," he said immediately, but the denial was too quick and harsh to be convincing. "Really?" I pressed, enjoying the way the lines on his face grew deeper. "Because you looked like you wanted to challenge them in an alpha dominance contest." "I was just being cautious," he said stiffly. "They were strangers approaching you." He stopped abruptly, the lines on his face deepening further. "Me?" I asked innocently, though my heart was racing at the possessive tone in his voice. "It doesn't matter," he muttered, but his pouting lips looked incredibly adorable. Seeing a strong, dominant alpha acting like a jealous boyfriend made my heart race. The fact that he cared enough to be possessive, even if he was too stubborn to admit it, made me feel warm and happy. Unable to resist teasing him a little more, I hugged him and wrapped my arms around his neck. "Whatever it is," I said softly, standing on my tiptoes to bring my face closer to his, "I just want you to be my teacher." The tension in his shoulders began to ease, and his expression softened. "All right," he said, his voice rough but satisfied. Feeling bold from his reaction, I decided to take a chance and push further. I let my voice take on a slightly pleading tone, the same one I used as a child when I wanted something from my parents. "Kairos," I said with the most innocent expression, "I'm thirsty. Can you get me something warm to drink? All this is making me cold." He looked at me suspiciously, as if he realized I was up to something, but then his expression melted into something soft and indulgent. "Of course, dear. There's some delicious hot chocolate in the cabin." He kissed my forehead quickly and warmly, making my stomach flutter. "Wait here. Don't go anywhere." "I promise," I replied, giving him the sweetest smile I could muster. He looked at me with narrowed eyes, then gave me a small smile that seemed to say how adorable he found me. After he had his fill of glancing at my face, he let go and headed for the cabin. I watched his back receding, and even in that outfit, he looked very sexy. Kairos grew farther away, and though he did struggle a bit with each step on the snow, he kept walking straight ahead without once looking back. He left me behind, but he truly trusted me. For a moment I smiled, remembering the scene from earlier, how Eric and Lucas had faced Kairos, and how his face had turned red with jealousy, making me hold my stomach to suppress my giggles. He was so cute. That hidden jealousy made my heart race with overwhelming feelings. It was adorable. I was still smiling to myself, replaying the encounter with Eric, Lucas, and Kailos's reaction, when I heard the sound of skis approaching at high speed over the snow. The sound felt wrong, too fast, too reckless for the gentle beginner slope. I turned around quickly and was startled by a skier sliding down at full speed, out of control, and unfortunately, he was heading straight toward me. My eyes widened, but my body froze in the cold, too shocked to think, especially as he got closer. He shouted, and I couldn't utter a single sound. My voice was stuck in my throat. I could only open my mouth, my heart pounding in fear. "Get out of the way," he shouted, signaling with his hand for me to move aside. I snapped back to reality and blinked, but was there still time as he closed in on me? Seraphina's POV. The man lost control, but he managed to break at the last second. The tension was so intense that snow flew everywhere. However, it was too late. His efforts were in vain because he fell hard when his board got stuck. He rolled in front of me, with his ski equipment landing on top of him. Shocked by what had happened, I suddenly felt my knees go weak and sat down in front of him. We both sat in silence for a moment, our heavy breathing the only sound. I could only bow my head, my body trembling, unable to look at his face, as the shock in my chest still felt terrifying. But then suddenly, "What were you doing there?" he hissed, his voice sharp and accusatory. "You were blocking the slope." My mouth dropped open in disbelief. Then I looked up and dared to meet his eyes. "Sorry? Did you hear me?" he continued, brushing snow off his gear with an aggressive gesture. "This is a ski trail, not a parking lot. You can't stand like an obstacle in the middle of the slope." Anger boiled up inside me, hot and sudden. This didn't make any sense. He'd come hurtling down the mountain at high speed, nearly hitting me, and now he was blaming me for his reckless skiing. "Are you serious?" I snapped back, my voice rising. "You're the one skiing like a maniac. You could have hurt someone. You could have hurt me." "Maybe if you knew how to ski properly, you'd understand slope etiquette," he replied, trying to get up from the ground. "Beginners aren't supposed to be on trails they can't handle." "This is a beginner's trail," I shouted, pointing around us. "And I was standing on the safe side. You're the one who can't control your speed or see where you're going." We stared at each other, our breath coming in gasps from the mix of adrenaline and anger, but then something changed in his face. His eyes narrowed as he looked at me, and slowly recognition dawned. He raised his hand and removed his ski goggles, revealing features that made my blood run cold. Dark hair, sharp cheekbones, and brown eyes that had once looked at me with what I thought was love, but had turned cold and calculating when I refused to be his perfect, obedient partner. "Darius," I whispered, the name tasting bitter. A predatory smile slowly spread across his face. "Well, well, well, Seraphina Luminara, what are the odds?" My heart raced, but not because of the near collision. Seeing him here, in a place that once felt like heaven, was like ice water pouring over my face. What were the odds of running into my ex-boyfriend, the man I ran away from, in the Swiss Alps? "What are you doing here?" I asked harshly, taking a step back. His smile widened, growing more arrogant. "I could ask you the same thing, though I must admit I'm flattered." He stood tall, staring at me, just like he always did when he wanted to intimidate me. "Did you come all this way to find me, darling?" The casual term of endearment made my skin crawl. "Don't call me that." "Oh, come on," he said with a mocking tone. "Don't be like that. We have a history, you and me." I felt sick. Every instinct in me screamed at me to get away from him, to find Kairos, to get as far away as possible from the man who had made my life a living hell. Without another word, I turned to leave. But Darius was faster. His hand shot out and gripped my arm. His tight hold hurt even through my ski jacket. "Don't rush," he said, his voice dropping to a low, threatening tone I knew all too well. "We need to talk." "Let go of me," I said, trying to pull away, but his grip tightened. "I have an offer for you," he continued as if I hadn't said a word. "Something that could benefit both of us. I'm not interested in anything you have to say. Listen to me," he urged, his eyes flashing with the calculating glint that always made me uneasy. "You convince your father to join my pack, and I'll consider taking you back. We can finalize the mating bond and make it official. Think about it. Power, status, everything you left behind." I stared at him in disbelief. His audacity left me speechless for a moment. Then slowly, an incredulous laugh burst from my chest. "You're crazy," I said, my voice filled with bitter mockery. "You think I'd ever, after everything you did to me, you think I'd ever crawl back to you?" His expression darkened slightly, but he continued speaking. You're being emotional. Think practically, Seraphina. What other choice do you have? You can't run forever. I'm not running, I said firmly. I'm living my life. And by the way, I glared at him. What about Vesper? Last I heard the two of you seemed very happy. For the first time since he recognized me, Darius looked uncomfortable. His jaw tightened and he glanced away. That's complicated. Complicated, I repeated, my voice dripping with sarcasm. That's what you call cheating now? Or have you grown tired of her too? My relationship with Vesper has nothing to do with this, he said, but his voice wasn't convincing. All of this is connected, I snapped. You're still the same manipulative, selfish person you always were. Some things never change. The arrogant mask he'd been wearing finally slipped away, revealing the angry, controlling man beneath. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his eyes flashed with anger. Watch your mouth, he hissed, raising his hand as if to strike me. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his hand coming closer, saw the anger in his eyes, and for a split second I was transported back to all the moments when his anger had consumed him, when his desire to control me had turned into physical violence. But the blow never came. A black shadow darted past me, and suddenly Darius was thrown backward through the air, his grip on my arm breaking as he crashed into a pile of snow several feet away. He lay there, stunned and groaning, while I stood frozen in shock. Kairos appeared beside me, every line of his body radiating murderous intent. His dark blue eyes were like a winter storm as he stood protectively before me, and the air around us seemed to crackle with pent-up violence. Get up, Kairos said, his voice so cold it could freeze the mountain, so I can take you down again. Darius struggled to rise, snow clinging to his hair and jacket. His expression was a mix of pain and disbelief. As his eyes locked on Kairos, I saw a flash of recognition on his face, followed by fear. Kairos Harrington, Darius murmured, and there was something in his voice, a mix of respect and fear. Darius Harlow, Kairos replied, his voice like a knife drawn from its sheath. I should have known you'd get involved in something this stupid. The temperature around us dropped another 10 degrees as the two alphas faced off. I realized that whatever was about to happen would be far more dangerous than a mere confrontation between ex-lovers. You still dare to show your face to Seraphina? How brave of you! His voice trembled, causing Darius's eyes to shrink. Kailos's POV. Jealousy. That was the word that best described the feeling gnawing at my chest right now, even though every inch of me refused to admit it. The image of Seraphina talking to those two men, the way they laughed, the way they looked at her with sparkling eyes, made the primitive instinct in me want to break their necks one by one. I began to doubt everything. Did Seraphina really see me as more than just Callista's brother? Or was I just a projection of her loneliness, someone who happened to be there when she needed protection? The way those wolves swarmed around her like bees chasing honey made frustration boil up inside me. They knew nothing about her, nothing about the vulnerability hidden behind her smile, or the way her eyes flashed when she was angry. They only saw the surface, a beautiful woman with a friendly smile. You're overthinking everything, the wolf inside me mocked lazily. Her eyes are clearly different when she looks at you. Stop worrying like a girl in love. I growled softly, ignoring the useless comments from my wild side, but maybe he was right. Maybe I was being too paranoid. This reminded me of something more important. Seraphina was starting to let her guard down, opening up. This was the perfect moment to take the next step before she built a wall around her heart again. I knew this was the right time, a momentum I couldn't afford to miss. My decision was final. Tonight, I would officially declare my feelings and ask her to be my girlfriend. No more gray areas, no more guessing games. I wanted her to know that my feelings were serious, that she wasn't just a short-lived fling. I had planned everything perfectly. A little surprise that I hoped would make her smile. A genuine smile that she rarely showed. Not the polite smile she gave to strangers. A cozy little restaurant with a view of the mountains, candles to create a romantic atmosphere, and maybe a little wine to calm us both down. With a mix of nervousness and determination, I returned to the ski slope carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate. Seraphina must have been freezing after standing outside for so long, but as I approached the spot where I had left her, the sight that greeted me made my blood boil. Darius Harlow. That jerk dared to approach Seraphina again. From their body language, I knew this wasn't a pleasant conversation. Seraphina looked tense, her hands clenched at her sides, while Darius stood too close with an intimidating posture. The way he approached Seraphina, the way he looked at her with that possessive, disgusting gaze, it all made the wolf inside me howl with rage. "It seems the last lesson wasn't enough for that fool," the wolf inside me growled, and for once, we agreed. Without hesitation, I moved. My steps were quick and decisive, leaving the 2 cups of hot chocolate on the nearest table. What mattered now was getting Darius away from Seraphina before the situation escalated. Anger flowed through my veins like an uncontrollable fire. Seeing Darius's hand almost touch Seraphina, almost hurt her, made the wolf inside me roar with primitive, dangerous rage. I lunged at Darius with all my fury. "Get up," I said, "so I can beat you again." Darius tried to get up, snow sticking to his hair and jacket. His expression was a mixture of pain and disbelief. "Kairos Harrington," whispered Darius, and there was something in his voice, a mixture of respect and fear. "Darius Harlow," I replied. "I should have known you'd get involved in something this stupid." The air around me felt hotter, even though it was freezing cold. "You still dare to show your face in front of Seraphina? How dare you?" My voice trembled, causing Darius's eyes to narrow. "If you dare touch her again," I said in a voice so cold that the air around us seemed to freeze, "I'll make sure you'll never be able to use that hand again." Darius was still lying in the pile of snow, grimacing in pain. His eyes shifted between me and Seraphina, and I could see the cunning calculation spinning behind his gaze. "This isn't your concern, Kairos," he said, trying to get up, his voice trembling between anger and fear. I took a step forward, and he immediately stepped back. Good. He still remembered the last lesson I had given him. "Anything involving Seraphina is my business," I replied firmly. "And if your little brain can still think clearly, you'll remember what happened the last time you tried to hurt her." Seraphina moved beside me, and I could feel her body trembling, not from the cold, but from shock and fear. Without thinking, I reached out and placed my hand on her lower back, offering comfort and protection. "I'm not afraid of you," Darius tried to say bravely, but his voice betrayed his lack of conviction. My wolf sneered in my mind. "He's afraid. I can smell his fear from here." "Good," I replied in my heart. "He should be afraid." "You should be afraid," I said loudly, letting a little of my alpha aura leak out. The air around us trembled with pent-up power. "Because this time, if you dare to approach Seraphina again, I won't be as kind as I was before." Darius's eyes widened, and he took another step back. I knew he remembered how I had almost crushed his jaw during our last encounter. That time I had held back. This time would be different. "Go," I ordered in a voice that brooked no argument. "Now, and never come near Seraphina again." Darius glanced at Seraphina once more, as if wanting to say something, but my icy stare made him think better of it. He grabbed his ski gear awkwardly and hurriedly, then slid down the slope without looking back. I waited until he was completely out of sight before finally exhaling and turning back to Seraphina. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice softening dramatically from the threatening tone I had just used. She nodded, but I could see her hands were still shaking. "Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming." My wolf was right, I thought, watching the way her eyes looked at me with gratitude, relief, and something deeper that made my heart race. The way she looked at me was different, very different. "I'll always come for you," I said without thinking, and the words came out with a sincerity that surprised even me. Her cheeks flushed and she lowered her head. "Kairos, Don't think about him anymore," I cut in softly. "Darius is nobody. What matters is that you're safe now." My wolf murmured contentedly in my mind. "See? She needs us. She feels safe with you. Stop doubting her." And for the first time today, I agreed completely with my wolf. Seraphina didn't see me as Callista's brother. The way she reacted to my touch, the way she sought protection by my side, this wasn't the reaction of someone who saw me as a brother. "Let's go back," I said, holding out my hand. "I have something I want to show you later tonight." She stared at my hand for a moment before taking it, and the warm touch of her fingers made something inside me swell with an almost unbearable feeling. Tonight, I thought as we glided down together. Tonight I'd tell her how I really felt. My wolf howled with joy in my mind, and I couldn't help but smile. After all the doubts and fears of today, I was finally certain of my decision. Seraphina would be mine, and after the surprise I had prepared for tonight, I was sure she would feel the same way. Kairos? Her soft voice caught my attention. Yes. What are you going to show me tonight? I glanced at her with a mysterious smile. It's a surprise, but I promise you'll like it. More than just like, I hoped in my heart. I hoped this would change everything between us. As we glided down the snow-covered slope, with the cold wind sweeping across our faces and the sun beginning to set behind the mountain peaks, I felt something I had never felt before, a pure and unshakable hope for the future we could build together.